Oh. 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 Sweet Jesus. I am pretty exhausted from yesterday's drum stream, I think, but here I am nonetheless. I started trying to work out how to do Twitch integration last night and probably stayed up way too late doing that. And I didn't work it out, so I'm gonna take another look at it now and see if I can wrap my head around this shit. Whoa. This is my way of taking a break from drawing sprites. I was kind of struggling with the sprites. So I added this stuff to the create event of my menu object. I just figured the menu object seemed like the natural place to do this stuff. I don't know what this means. Subscribe to event session ID. So, oh my god. We're defining this function here, but there's nothing in it. We're defining this function. Event sub callback. I'm guessing we're supposed to use this function later in order to retrieve... No, not retrieve the chat messages. The chat messages should show up automatically once we've subscribed, which I put in well, this is my authentication thing. So you press A to authenticate, and then you press C to join chat or to subscribe to this event, which then means once we've subscribed to that, whenever a message is posted in chat, it should show up somewhere. I don't know where. But I think it's supposed to show up in a buffer somewhere. and then we put that buffer into the callback function, it will kind of I don't know what it'll do. It will understand how to process this information based on what type it is, I guess. Twitch event sub live connect. What? But what I was getting yesterday was I was getting like unauthorized error message. So I thought maybe I don't have the token. So I registered my app, and then it says next step. After registering your app, the next step is to get a token. But I didn't think I was using OAuth. So I'm really not sure. Let's see what we've got here. I can probably replicate the bug. I hit A, and then this window pops up, which would ask me to authorize. It just closes again. Probably because I'm already authorized. I'm hoping so. I press C to connect to chat, and then I get this error. Missing proper authorization. That seems strange because I guess I am authorized. I set this to true. Maybe that's wrong actually how I'm doing that. I don't know. Maybe I can find like an example. Authorization, Twitch auth. The documentation is really unclear as to how anything works. Force verify. So this array contains my scope, which is just chat read at the minute. I don't know how anyone's expected to get this working. The documentation doesn't make any sense. Why would you have to do it like that instead of just putting it to true? This is almost certainly not going to work. Yeah. I don't know, the window just seems to close again immediately. Which I guess means that I'm authenticated. Missing proper authorization. I tried the auth from cache and that just didn't work at all. So I need to look at the example and figure out how it works. So I just have one of these objects, so it's not going to be anything to do with that. Whoops. I mean, I'm doing everything the same as here. Maybe there's some reference to some object or Hey, Freshwater Fern, welcome. How's it going? Hey, press OK, welcome on in. Oh my god. This is a freaking nightmare, dude. You tried it before. It sounds like it didn't end well. Doesn't bode well for me, does it? It's a nightmare. I don't know how anybody figures this out. The documentation is it might as well be written in hieroglyphics, as far as I'm concerned. Oh boy. I mean, I don't really understand how it doesn't work when I've just copy-pasted the example code. Surely that should work. So, where am I? Where am I? What am I even looking at? Oh. Okay. That could be the problem, that I've copy-pasted it and missed something, right? Oh, God. Yeah, well, one thing is like that it's talking in the Twitch documentation, it's talking about this OAuth thing, whatever that is, and then I spoke to GrogDev and he was just like, oh no, you don't even use that, you do it this completely other way. It's like, okay, would have been nice if they told me that. But this is all completely non-intuitive. It doesn't seem to work like any code that I'm familiar with, so yeah. Yeah, 2 methods to authenticate. So, I mean, authenticating seemed to work briefly for a time yesterday. But now I don't know if it works anymore. It's like the tab pops up and then immediately closes again. I'm assuming that means it's closing because I'm authenticated. But I'm not really sure. But then when I actually try to subscribe to the event, then I get a missing proper or what is it called? Authorization error. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, I was talking to Grog yesterday, and he was like, "Oh yeah, the message is going to be stored in here in payload.event.message.text. But how do we get the message in there? That's where it's going to come out. I get that, but this thing is like it wants a buffer. It wants me to feed a buffer into it. Where is that coming from? So if I can, the problem is we can't subscribe to this event right now. I think I found your stream through Grog. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he raided you, and that's when I first saw your project, and I was like, whoa. My thoughts exactly. Hey, Fizzy Busy. I'm trying. It's not going very well. Oh, that's cool. And then you introduced me to, oh geez, I've forgotten their name now. I've only seen their stream once. You rated somebody who's developing like a fighting game. I know it's like a celebrity hotspot in chat right now. All this game dev talent. They're making like a fighting game with waifus or something. I think it was you who rated them. That really blew my mind. That's Selechi? Might be Selechi. That rings a bell. No, Adeline. Yeah. No, that's it, right? That's like that's the best GameMaker project I've ever seen. I cannot believe how good that game looks. Oh my goodness. And it's free? Sorry. I'm sorry, but it took the top spot. I can't deny it. No, it's not true. It's not true. So if I could get this event, I know it's unbelievable. The animation is just so fluid and it's just next level. And it just looks so responsive and like great game feel, you know. I don't even like fighting games, which I think is a testament to how impressive it is. Yeah, if we could get subscribed to this event, then the chat messages supposedly come in somewhere. God knows where. But right now we can't even get subscribed to this, I don't think. Yeah, it's wild. I didn't even know that was like that, you know, that quality was attainable in GameMaker. It's sort of maybe I realize I gotta step up my game a bit. I'm trying my best. Okay, so I don't really know what else to do. I'm just gonna stare at this until hopefully it somehow starts to make sense, I guess. Because it doesn't make a lot of sense right now. So why am I lacking authorization if we've just authenticated? Or no, that's something else. I'm getting confused. We've just authorized the app with Twitch. Or at least I think we did. Maybe I should clear my cache. Could that have something to do with that? I don't know. That doesn't really make sense, does it? What is that? Is that it? Yeah, let's try that. Alright, thanks for the look. Catch you later. Okay, clean progress complete. Program complete. Yeah, Grog said he'd lend me a hand today, so hopefully you will. So what happens if I try to authenticate now? Well, I suppose my cache would have already been cleaned just because I just freshly launched GameMaker today, right? So yeah, that doesn't seem to have made any difference. I'm still getting the same error. Why is nothing ever easy? Okay then, so so I guess why was it working yesterday? Was it? Maybe it wasn't actually. No. I think I had an issue where I had like the session ID was in a different object in the example code, so that was the previous problem. By fixing that, I got to this point, which has now revealed that we don't have proper authorization. Why would we not have authorization? How many files? I have no idea. I mean, I have lots of examples, but they're all unused. So really it's just this two objects. It's two objects because there is like the core object that you have to create, which has all the sort of back-end stuff in it, I guess. So I create one of those at the start of a new game, and then I added this stuff to the menu object, which is supposed to I don't know what it's supposed to do. So right now, yeah, I did post the code in Grog's Discord yesterday. So I make this Twitch array, this Twitch scope array. The scope is all I want to be able to do right now is read chat, so that goes in the array. And then we define a couple of functions here. We authorize. We pass in our scopes. I'm setting it to force verify. Oh, you've been on a Discord Exodus spree, yeah. Sometimes I have to do that when I wind up in too many servers. I joined all the GameMaker Discords recently, or a bunch of them, and I never actually look at them. So I don't really know why I'm in there. Hey Cartoon Craze, welcome back. Today is not the day for this, is it? I'm already running on fumes. I did start streaming. Hey Thornatico. Where I followed from. I think so. I believe, if I understand what was happening yesterday, that you were playtesting Mr. D-Boy's game, and he was playtesting my game for a little bit. So maybe from his chat. The Box People game, yeah. Hopefully they won't be boxes for too much longer. I've started learning pixel art recently, but I'm taking a bit of a break from that to try and do some Twitch integration, which in theory, I thought it would be, could be fun, but in reality, it's an absolute nightmare. Yeah, no, I am using the Twitch extension for GameMaker. Yeah. Which is the same one that Grog is using, which is why I was trying to pick his brain yesterday. He says it's actually easy once you understand it, but I haven't developed the understanding of what's going on yet. I don't even know why we're not getting authorization. See, yesterday when I did this, it popped up that that window in that page in the browser where you authorize the app with Twitch. That actually was working. But I don't think I have a token. I don't know if I'm supposed to, because I don't know what has to do with the OAuth, the old sort of obsolete, no longer used OAuth method versus the event subs method. Do I still need an authorization token? Because I don't have one. If I do, I was looking at the Twitch documentations, and yeah, that didn't really make any sense. It's like I have to, I don't know, to go to some web page, but it sounds a lot like the regular authorization that I'm using. I don't know. Yeah, Grog said just look at the example, you know, which I've been looking at, and it still doesn't make any sense. I haven't looked at this. Oh wait, there's nothing in here. I was gonna say maybe I did something wrong with my scope, but I'm pretty sure it's foolproof. It's just an array with stuff in it. Is it GM Twitch or GMEX Twitch? That's a good question. I have no idea. Let me see. It's, I think it's the EXT one. So I downloaded twitch.ext version 1.01. Oops. This is an array, I think. This is a way that you can define an array, right? Square brackets. The way that I'm doing Twitch auth is external. It opens a browser window to authorize the app. And it did work briefly yesterday, but now when I do it, it does open the tab, but then it closes it again immediately, which I'm assuming means that it's kind of already authorized. So it just automatically closes again. I'm not sure. What even is this stuff? I didn't look at this yesterday, but it doesn't seem to be helping. This is just a thing that lists all of the events that you're subscribed to, I believe. And then, funnily enough, in this chat section, unless it's in here, I don't think there's anything to do with actually This one, chat message, that's an example of how to send a message in chat, I think. Twitch chat, send chat message. I'm not worried about that right now. What I'm trying to do is read messages from chat so we can get commands is what I want to do, but still I think I'm getting ahead of myself because we're not even authorized. But I have no idea. It's literally, it's just this. Like, how could it possibly be wrong? Is there maybe I guess I just, I've not actually seen an example of this being used. Probably what I've been looking at is the function in here, I guess. Pass message. I don't know if we even use this. Maybe we will pass the message once it goes through that callback thing. And then we can extract all of the information from the message. What did that say? Can't tell. Okay, I looked in my history. It says authentication complete. But then when I try to subscribe to the event, missing proper authorization. My scopes are just read chat right now. Chat read. That's all I want to be able to do to begin with. So I'm starting to think this is because I don't have an access token, but isn't that what authorizing does? Is like gives me an access token? I don't really know. Twitch has chat messages. Yeah, supposedly once I'm subscribed to this channel.chat.message, then every time a message is sent in chat, it's like it's gonna be picked up by GameMaker somewhere, somehow. You're saying there's a Twitch has function? No, that's not real. That's the confusing thing, is I don't know. I'm guessing it's going to be stored in a buffer somewhere, but I don't know where it's actually coming in, you know? But first we've got to get authorization. My client ID doesn't have authorization. How do I not have authorization to read my own chat? That doesn't sound right. So a user access token is different from an app access token. Is that why? It's user authenticate to get permissions for your client ID and then use the app access token with event sub. Event sub only supports app access tokens. So I don't have okay, I'm not authenticated as a user. Only the app is authenticated. Okay. I don't know what to do with that information. Twitch users get user. Broadcaster user ID. Wait, where the hell is broadcaster user ID coming from? It must be there. It must be somewhere, otherwise it would say it was like an undefined variable, right? Where is that? Session ID. I remember seeing something to do with session ID somewhere. No? There's something to do with session ID. Oh yeah, session ID is defined there. User.id. This is concerning because ID is a built-in variable. Twitch users get user. How does any of this stuff even work? I have like exactly the same. Wait. Okay. So Twitch auth. So is there some other like a user authorization I'm supposed to be doing instead, or refresh token? This is the exact one. Well, I mean, I saw Grog was using the auth from cache because he was already authorized, right? But Twitch auth app token. Oh shit. Okay. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm authorizing a user, but then I can't use. Whoops. I can't. Oh my god. I can't use that when subscribing to an event sub because only an app can subscribe to an event sub, but we haven't authorized the app. So I probably need to do like a Twitch auth app token. Oh boy, let's read about that one. Twitch auth app token. Function authenticates using an app access token. This function operates asynchronously. Callback success. It doesn't even take any variables. So if I just run this function, is everything going to be okay? So I guess I'll flip them around. I'll first authorize my app, and then I'm not sure I should have these both on the same key. Eventually, I'm just trying to get it working, and then we'll polish it all up later, but maybe I should have a separate key for authorizing the app versus authorizing the user. Like you press U to authorize the user, and you press A to authorize the app. That would make sense. Key pressed. U. There we go. Twitch user authentication as opposed to Twitch app authentication. Okay. Now if I press A, nothing happens. And press U, it does the usual thing. And then press C. Okay, I get the same error. So this didn't seem to do anything. Wait, let's check the log. Was it doing something? Okay, can I find any more information about this? Depending on the resource you're using, you'll need a user access token or an app access token. The API's reference content identifies the type of access token you'll need. Simple difference between the two types of tokens is that a user access token lets you access a user's sensitive data with their permission. An app access token lets you access their non-sensitive data only and doesn't require the user's permission. If the APIs you're calling require an OAuth app or user access token, use one of the following flows to get the token. Implicit grant flow, token type, user access token. Oh, there's only one type for app access token, client credentials grant flow. Use this flow if your app uses a server, but my app doesn't use a server, or does it? Am I the server? Can securely store a client secret and can make server-to-server requests with the Twitch API. This flow is meant for apps that only need an app access token. Only need an app access token. Wait, don't we need both? I have no idea. Okay. I think we just need an app token, really, for what I want to do. There's like an example URL here. I see, I don't know if I'm supposed to be doing this or not, because a lot of the documentation turned out to be like sort of out of date or whatever. We don't use that method anyway. Yeah, isn't that what the extension is supposed to be doing? It's like, oh wait, I'm probably not supposed to show that on stream, but the extension has, it like stores a secret and stuff. Well, isn't that kind of Twitch auth app token? Isn't that basically what I did when I registered my app with Twitch? Because it gave me a secret and stuff. So haven't I kind of already done that? So why would I? Is it because the ID is wrong, or? Let's take a look. See, I don't know if I'm even supposed to be doing this. Would be here, user equals Twitch user. Yeah, this is confusing. Why would it be? So if event subs can only be done with app tokens, why is it trying to use a user instead? I mean, this is the example, so surely the example is correct. I don't know. The app has to be told to join. Is that what this is, though? Twitch event sub live connect? I don't know what that is. This function creates a connection to be used with the WebSocket transport method of the event sub functions. Function takes a callback function with a single parameter, the buffer that holds the received data. What? Creates a connection to be used with a WebSocket. Well, we are using WebSockets, so I guess that's good. Grog's suggestion was that I give it more scopes. Maybe I'm not actually doing the scope thing right, because when I looked at the example, I think I was looking at something scope, and it's like completely different. Wait, what? There's nothing even in here. Maybe look at this one. Like, what the hell is this? These are different arrays. So we could give it like we could give it edit and read. Do we do that? Don't know why it's a temporary variable, but okay then. And are all of these, where are these defined even? Because if we're not defining any of these fucking scopes, no, it's in a script, right? Twitch definitions. But I'm not, I'm never actually, am I ever actually running this script anywhere? Surely it's being run in here or something. I just kind of was assuming that that it's being run somewhere. Unless I run that script, right? I don't know how it works, actually. Do I need to run this script so that all of this stuff is actually defined? Because maybe I haven't actually defined Twitch scope chat read to begin with. Yeah, so maybe before we do this, what's it called? Twitch definitions. Oh yeah, that's a good point. SC. Oh, there's no SC on it. Great, that's going to be confusing, isn't it? So if I just run that script, and then we do this, now this macro is actually being defined. Maybe that's what the problem was? So I'll press A, press U, press C. No, same error. Okay. So I can do like a show debug message string Twitch scope chat read. Lost connection to eventsub.wss.twitch.tv. That doesn't sound good. How is all this stuff? I don't know. Oh, yeah, okay, it is defined. That's good. Okay. Yo, Krog, my Lord and Savior, please. Pull me out, man. Get me out of this mess. Oh, it's going great. Just swimmingly. How did you figure any of this out, man? It doesn't make any sense. Okay, I can try can try your suggest. Suppose if that's definitions. No. What was it? This one? Oh well. Wait, left pressed. Oh no. But I can steal this. I could give it the edit scope as well as the read scope. That's not gonna be it, but we can try it. Yeah. Oh geez. Do you want to do take breaks and come back to it? Yeah. It's not just an easy setup, is it? Maybe do you want to do a call, or maybe first I should walk you through what I've got so far. Cool. So we can add both of those to an array like that, I believe. I doubt this is going to make any difference. Oh, it's actually working. That's weird. Now it's actually asked me to authorize. Or to authenticate or whatever. Did that work? Don't know if that actually worked or not. I clicked authorize. Missing proper authorization. Don't know what changed, but it did pop up with the authorization thing this time. No, we get the same error when I try to subscribe to the event. Oh. Good point. Alright, I better just grab a drink. I'll be right back. Yeah, when I when I try to do app authorization. I'm getting so confused between those two words. When I try to authorize the app, nothing happens. I'm not sure if something is supposed to happen. Okay. I might need to get my headphones. We'll see. Hold up. I think I gotta change my audio settings in Discord. Okay, should be able to hear you now. I hope.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, that's great.
Nice. Hopefully we can figure some of this out.
Yeah, thanks for taking the time.
It's like not too bad once you get it, but it does take a bit to figure it out.
Yeah.
Did you get authenticated with the example project they gave you? Like, did that ever work for you?
I haven't actually run the example. I've just kind of been reading the code.
Yeah, the example project, I'd recommend taking a look at it because it gives you like a really good example. Like, it's all set up correctly. So like you can test to see if you can get authenticated with the example project, and it will be like very clear.
Yeah, I basically copy pasted that exactly, and I did get the user authentication, but I'm a bit confused because there's app authentication. Yeah.
The only authentication you need is the, what is it called? Twitch auth, basically.
Yep. Yeah,
In fact, that
that's
Twitch
working.
auth app token, I don't even know what that is. I don't know if I even use that.
Right.
Auth app.
So we don't need to worry about that.
Yeah, I don't use that. That's internal only. The only thing you'll need is Twitch auth.
Yeah, okay.
And what I've done while I was testing is I literally I did an array concat to like combine all the scopes arrays into ones, and I literally just feed in all the scopes to ensure I have access to everything while I'm developing.
Yeah.
A few times I thought I had the right scopes for chat, and it wasn't working, and I was like, oh, I guess it just doesn't work. But I'm like, no, let's try one more time with everything, and doing everything worked for me.
Okay, so I can try that. You think because I'm trying to subscribe to channel.chat message, right? This event. That's where I get the missing proper authorization error. So you think that could be to do with scopes?
I think that's scopes. Scopes then, yeah. Yeah.
Let's get all those in there then.
Yeah, so I have like a little wrapper for it. Like I made like a struct of each of the kind of predefined scopes the example project gives you, like channel, analytics, or whatever. But then yeah, I eventually just concatenated all these together.
Right, I'm just going to drop all those in. My windows are all over the place though.
I can send you, actually, if you want, I can send you this. This might be the easiest way of doing this. If I just send you my little thing here. Give me 1 second. Show you exactly the code I have. I'll probably be quicker than.
Yeah, I'll save a bit of time on consolidating these.
So you can just create a new script and just toss this in. Load as a file. Okay, there we go. No, he only needs to do Twitch auth. It's the only thing you should need to do. Yeah, you can just control it. Like you can just overwrite whatever this is. Like, yeah. So don't actually put this in a function. It doesn't need to be in a function.
Oh.
We're just using the script. A script is like a global thing that gets called at the start of the game. So like it's like a global like initialized thing. So like this part actually isn't even it's not a function. It's just like a global code in it sort of thing. So you can just paste it directly in here.
So wait, this script
Okay,
just gets executed automatically at the start of a game?
Yep. So if you define a variable and a script, it will become a global variable essentially. Yeah, scripts aren't functions specifically. They are, but you call. The reason why you often put functions in scripts is you want the function to be, available right off the jump.
Right.
So if you scroll down to the bottom here. Oh, I have a stream delay, which is fine. At the bottom, there's a scopes equals array concat with basically all of these. If you just copy that into wherever you're doing the auth, you can then just copy scopes into the auth call.
That again?
And this is basically just saying, hey, like you have full access to my channel, which is good for you while testing. If you're ever, will this be just for you, or will you expect like users to be able to do this for streaming as well?
Yeah, I'm hoping.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so eventually once you're like releasing for actual testing, you probably want to figure out, okay, it works with these. What's the bare, like you want to always do the bare minimum scopes you can, just so that you're not like, giving like too much power, you're taking too much power for Twitch.
So is this set up correctly now? I have this in the create event of my menu object.
Oh yeah, there is a, yeah, okay, there's a, press OK is right. If you go back into that script I sent you, because I was formatting it for Discord, but then Discord uploaded it as a note. Just remove the 3, whatever those are called, the little back ticks or whatever. There should be 3 at the start and at the bottom.
Okay.
Good catch, press.
Where the hell is it going?
By the way, do you use a Control T at all?
Control T?
Control T is like the most OP GameMaker.
Oh, no, this is that thing that I hit occasionally and then I just close it because I don't know what it does.
Yeah, so just press Control T, just as a little example here.
Yeah.
And then type in like Twitch, for example. Type in Twitch _ scopes.
Okay. Oh, so I can like search the asset browser.
Yeah, you can get to anywhere you need to go instead of like trying to find where things are on your workspace or in the browser. You can just basically click on that and jump right to the thing you were looking for.
Wow.
That's probably like 80% of how I navigate GameMaker.
Yeah, that could have cut like at least a year off development right there.
Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, okay. So if those backticks are removed at the beginning and end, that should be good.
Oh, I didn't remove them in the script as well. Oh, I did. Okay. They're at the beginning as well. Right.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, we should be good.
That's like the Discord like code formatting or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, good. Okay, because it didn't look correct. Yeah, okay, now the macro went red because when you had it in your other thing, it didn't color code properly. So yeah, that was a really good catch by Press. Yeah, just remember I'm on like a minute, like not a minute, but like a little bit of a stream delay, so I might be talking about something you're already doing. But yeah, now you can just do a Twitch auth with the first argument being scopes.
Yeah.
And what I would recommend, do you know what a callback is?
No.
Okay, it's basically a function that you're defining like inline sort of thing. Like it's not like a function you're making in a script. It's like a little temporary function you're using. And Twitch operates entirely on callbacks. A good example of this I can show you. Let me actually just look up what it takes on my end. So if I go into Twitch, its first argument, let me look at the auth. The first argument is scopes. Yeah, go back to here. Actually, would you be able to share your screen on Discord? I maybe could then not have the stream delay.
I'll see if I can.
That would set your computer on fire too. It's okay if not.
Yeah. Screens. Quality might not be great, but it seems to work.
Yeah, that's totally okay. Just so I can like live see it. Okay. Let me minimize this. Okay, much better, I guess. Yeah, so if we can go back into Twitch auth.
This one?
No, sorry, wherever you're actually calling that Twitch authentication, like the actual Twitch call in wherever you're doing Twitch auth. Yeah, this, okay. Okay, so add a comma at the end of scopes. We're going to do another argument. Here's actually where you'll need that scopes, wherever you had that. Oh, we defined scopes in this object, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that scopes is there. We can just use that. Okay, that works then. Yep, no, that's totally fine. So the next argument is force verify. That's an optional argument, so press comma again. And then state, I don't actually know what that one does, so another optional argument, press comma again. Wait, let me check something. I'm just making sure this is correct. Yeah, no, that's correct. Okay. So now there's two arguments you can see at the bottom there: callback success and callback failure.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, what a callback is you define a function that says, hey, when you meet this criteria, do this. So basically, you have a hey, on success, I want you to do this function, and then on callback failed, I want you to do this function.
Right.
So actually, to make it more clear, let's create a new line above this and call it callback underscore success. And then make it equal to a function. So equals function. And then just set up like the brackets and whatever the normal function arguments, the round brackets, then the curly brackets.
It's like
yeah, those guys.
like
Perfect.
that,
Yeah.
right?
Yep. So you basically have made a local function in this object, and you can put whatever you want here on success. So whatever you want the thing to do when hey, this has actually worked. So I would just put show message successfully authenticated.
Show message as opposed to debug message, and never use that. Where do those show up?
Show message pops up a window and stops your game and says, yo, like it right in your face.
Okay.
Will actually freeze your game. It's not always the best. You should be careful about having them in your project if you're sending out playtests, because it's like a really janky thing. But for like, hey, we really want to be certain this is working and not have to hunt down debug messages, it's a good use case.
Yeah.
You could do another one if you wanted to. You could copy this code and then do a callback failure.
Right.
And you can say failure, for example.
Failed. Okay, yep.
Now, Twitch has its own version of these that you can use, like ones that you can kind of pre-canned ones that are probably pretty good to use. But this is a good example of like basically everything on Twitch uses, like all the Twitch stuff uses callbacks. Like, hey, if you try to create a poll, here's the callback on the poll create, or a success condition. Here's the callback on the fail. Like if the poll fails to run, you run this. It's like good for debugging or catching things, or like not crashing your game if like a poll is not expected to work. I think this should be good enough to try. Let's give it a go. That's very true. What Press is saying. The names of these arguments are completely optional. In fact, there's another thing I can show you that's kind of cool.
Success.
Okay, so you have authenticated to Twitch, so you should be able to do Twitch things.
Okay, let's.
And then now.
Whoa. Okay, a different WebSocket transport session does not exist or has already disconnected. That's a different error message, at least.
Okay, that's good. So yeah, now we're in event subs, I guess. So that's good. I don't know. Have you seen this one before, actually?
No.
Okay. Did you press another key after you authenticated? Like, did you try to do something else?
No.
Let's run the game again. Let's run the game again and just try pressing.
So I authenticated and then I hit C to run the event sub stuff, and that was it.
Oh, okay, you did press C. Okay. So probably something with, yeah. So let's just see if the same message happens. It's probably going to happen again. Yeah. But, so let's just press U. Don't press anything after it.
Success.
Just click OK here. That's fine.
Okay.
Okay, great. And then we're not crashing, right? It's working.
No, we're all good, yeah.
Can't really do anything. And then C will probably crash it. You can try that.
And same, yeah. WebSocket transport session.
Okay, let me just look at what my event sub thing looks like, and if you want to go back into your event sub object or wherever you have that event sub set. Okay, so Twitch. Okay. So what I really would recommend, probably, because right now it's fine for now, but you have a lot of stuff like tied to your menu object right now. I actually have an object that's called like Twitch obj Twitch event sub that I only create if I'm connected to Twitch.
Right.
That's fine for now. We don't need to like reorganize that, but to make this easier in the future, you'll probably want to do that. But
yeah. I just wanted to get it working and then kind of polish it up, you know.
Of course. Yeah. I'm just trying to see what this actually needs to do. Do you have anywhere that does Twitch event sub live connect?
Oh yeah, that's at the end of the create event.
Sub. Okay, and then okay, that's good. And then do you have something called? You see there, it takes that live connect takes another callback there. So do you have that function defined above?
Right
Event sub
here,
callback. So
yeah.
this is yep. So this is another function for that. So this is what gets called if you succeed. Um, let's see. And what happens when you press C?
We get that error message that says the
Oh, sorry.
transport.
I mean, if you go into your actual C
Oh,
events, what is
sorry,
actually
yeah.
happening? No, it's fine. From equals main menu. Oh, interesting. So you shouldn't really need create subscription. Wait. Let me see. I'm trying to think where I actually, because I have this too. Basically, I have condition and transport, user, creating subscriptions. Yep. Okay. So where do I actually call this function? Oh, yeah, you might not need to do this actually. Wait, go back into your that event sub callback. Yeah, so actually you don't want to call this yourself. If you look in here, so a quick explanation of how event subs works is basically each of these things in this case statement, this switch statement, are different events you could receive. So for example, session welcome is what happens after you've essentially confirmed you've connected.
Mm.
So what's probably happening is it's not really confirmed to be connected yet and you're trying to do something. If you
Oh.
actually notice, you don't need to call subscribe to events because under session welcome, it actually already is calling that
Oh, this.
online. Yeah. Yeah. So go back into line C again, or go back to C, the C event. And go back to your callback event, your subscribe to events callback. Like, where is that actually set? Subscribe to events. I think it's up above here.
Oh, yeah. It's just
Yes.
empty.
Okay. This is that code. That code that's in C goes in here.
Oh, what? So.
Yeah. The C code, you only want to call it when it's time to subscribe after you've confirmed you've received a welcome message from Twitch.
Oh, okay. I'm still not totally clear, but yeah.
So basically, this is this local function here is called subscribe to events. This is where you actually want to put where you're subscribing to things. And so the only one you're subscribing to right now. So yeah, you don't even need this anymore. So basically, this is like an organizational thing. I really like putting everything into bite-sized functions. So everything related to event subscriptions goes into the function subscribe to events. Now you have two places to check. You have where you're defining your events in this function, and then where you're calling this. And it's already called in the example project, case session welcome, line 91, subscribe to events. That's when we want to actually get that connection going. So let's try this now. I think it should maybe automatically work.
So like just straight after authorizing.
Yeah, actually, wait, you can test it here. I'm curious
Ooh,
what will happen here.
Token
No,
missing,
that makes sense. Close
so
this.
we haven't authorized
Nope,
yet.
100%. So yeah, this is now unveiling our order of operations problem. Go to where you call that Twitch event sub live connect.
Wait, for Twitch events sub live connect? Oh,
you have
at
something
the
called
end
Twitch
here.
event
Yeah.
sub. So copy and paste that.
Right.
You now want to do that. You actually delete that
Or
there. You
cut
can
it,
control
yeah.
exit or whatever. Now that should only ever run if you're already connected to Twitch.
Right.
Which means we have a success callback, right?
Yeah.
Of
So
when we're connected to Twitch. So this is a perfect place to call it.
Awesome. Yep. We'll keep the message.
Now we know this has been working, so maybe we don't need that spam message constantly every time saying success. So this would be a good time you could maybe switch it over to a show debug message, for example, just so it's not locking you up.
Okay. Just go ahead and run it.
And yeah, maybe this works. Who knows?
No errors.
No errors. So it didn't do a show message on fail, so that means it probably did a console log for the other one. So in theory, you're connected. Here, technically, I should be able to send a message. Was it for sending or receiving messages? What event did you subscribe to?
Read. Right.
Read, okay. Do we not see the success message somewhere?
I'm not seeing it. But
okay, maybe for our case, just to be
wait, I don't think I pressed. I was trying to remember what key I was supposed to press. I'm supposed to auth, right? Okay, succeed.
Oh, okay.
Succeeded.
Okay, yeah, that looks like. Let's test. Hey, look at that. That's what I typed. That's okay.
Oh, I was looking at the console. So no way, that's crazy.
There you go.
So they're gonna be in little pop-ups every time.
Yeah, you can change that. You can make it do whatever you want, but that's what the default behavior is.
Huh. Oh my god, so everybody can spam me now. That's insane.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, so let's go into the chat. Okay, yeah, let's go into that event subs thing, right? Wherever that case statement. You're actually you're subscribed to events portion. Actually, no, not the subscribe to events, where you have the case statement. Yeah, so this event sub callback is going to be your, down below here, event sub callback.
The callback?
These are all your, this function here you're in, all these cases. These are your different events you have. So session welcome is a default one. Keep alive is a welcome one. But then now we have a notification case, which is basically saying, hey, these are the different things we can do here. So
it's starting to make sense.
Yeah, exactly. So now this is like, what are you doing with a chat message? So what I do with this here, and this is like a little, maybe a bit, not more advanced, but it'd be maybe like an avenue that you could dive into. I explained it a little bit on my stream. I don't actually want to code where like my game's functionality in this random Twitch object that's like handling the event subs. So what I use something is called, there's a lot of names for it: signals, events, observer pattern. Basically, it's the idea that you can send out an arbitrary message, like a literal, like it could be like player has died, we've changed rooms, this thing has happened, and you just send out data into the ether, and things that care about that data can use it. So for example, I send a chat message out into the ether, and anything in my game can read it. So maybe one screen says, hey, I see a chat message just came in. I don't actually have a use for this, so it ignores it. But another screen might be like, hey, I actually use chat messages, so I'm going to grab it and use it. So for example, if you're in a menu, for example, and maybe you can't see your characters, you maybe don't care about the chat message there.
Right.
But if you're on your main screen and you can see characters moving around that are tied to a player, then you want to, those player characters would be the thing that are actually listening to the event. There's a library I could link you that I used to use. I'm currently using one of Pixelated Popes. I don't think it's a publicly available one, but it's like a pretty good resource. But either way, you don't have to get into that now. You can use this for now, but just be careful that as you build out Twitch functionality, you're going to have like weird game-specific logic in here that you might want to actually exist in other places.
Yeah.
But yeah, that data.payload.event.message.text, that is what Twitch is sending you essentially.
Right. Okay. So I can kind of reference that anywhere. And do you use the message pass at all to like pull information? Because you can like break it down into all of its components, right?
Yeah. Let me see how I'm using that too. Because that would be helpful. One cool thing I can show you: make a new line under this, and just put just make a random variable equals to 0. It doesn't really matter what you're doing here. Okay, and then do you ever use breakpoints? Are you familiar with breakpoints in GameMaker?
Oh yeah, I've used it. Yeah, I've used it a few times.
Okay. Yeah, let's put a breakpoint on the cow line.
On the cow line.
Oh no, not those. The actual breakpoint. If you click on the line to the left of 105, like if you click where it says 105 on the left there, left.
Oh,
there we go.
So like the debugger. Okay.
For the debugger, yeah, exactly. So click the debugger mode now. The little bug. I just want to show you a little bit of like what Twitch is actually sending you, because like as you go on, you'll have to sort of learn to parse what information and how to access what Twitch is sending you. So connect again.
Yeah.
And if I send you a chat message, the game is actually going to freeze because you've hit a breakpoint. It should freeze. Okay, so now can you tab back? Oh, actually, don't.
I can't control the menu anymore, so yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, can you tab back over to GameMaker? Okay, so if you hover over data, hover over the word data right above there.
Oh yeah.
We can see that this is what data contains. It contains metadata, payload, and they'll always contain toString basically, but this is a struct here. So let's hover over payload.
Wait, hover. Oh
the
yeah.
word payload there. Okay, so this has subscriptions and event. So you can see that the next line makes sense that we're accessing event because this thing has subscriptions and event. Hover over event. An event has a lot of information here, actually. This is the information you're getting. So you see that, hey, you're logged in as you got the message from me. So like technically, here's a way where you could get my login information here. Event contains this. You have the message type that, oh, this is a text message. I think that might switch to something. Oh, or look at that, badges. That's probably like what sub badges I have on your stream, right? So that's how you maybe would access that. So this is what's really useful about breakpoints. You can like go in and see what data you're actually getting and like figure out what you need to access. Let's hover over message. So message contains fragments. I don't know what that is, and it contains a text which says test. Now, if you hover over text, we already know what it says. It says test, but you can see we're now down just to the bare minimum. There's one more cool thing I will show you. If you click on, where is this? We have different layouts in GameMaker. Can you click on the debugger at the top, the debugger menu? Very top, like in the menu bar. To the right there. Yep. Okay, Windows. I want to see watch. Watch is like the coolest thing that you could use. For context as well, I'm always running in debug mode. I never run the game when I'm coding in any other mode. Okay, can we expand this out, like make this bottom window bigger? Is this the watch panel? This isn't.
Yeah, I've put things on watch through here before.
Oh, you have? Okay, wait, is it maybe you can do it? Because if you type... Can you type something else here, maybe? Actually, let me run it in my game and see what it looks like here. Because if you go to a new line, you should be able to type something in.
I've never tried that. You mean like in this variables window I can type stuff in?
Yeah, exactly. But maybe not this one. It's somewhere else. It's specifically called the watch panel. Okay, if you look on the right of this window, I think there's actually a few different windows collapsed to the side there. Do you see how there's like a few lines? Can you try dragging them out? Can I draw maybe? Yeah, like right there.
Oh yeah,
okay.
yeah.
This is so annoying. This is a GameMaker problem. I really hate this.
Oh, there we go.
Try dragging them out. So we got globals. There should be another one in there somewhere.
Okay, there it is. Yep,
watch. Okay, watch is overpowered. So check this out. Type in _data and press enter. Okay, so now remember how I just showed you how you could go through all that data by hovering over that menu in the debugger? Click the plus under data.
Plus.
Now let's actually just dive through it. This is everything you're getting back. You can now go in and see what all the bits of data are. So you can see like this is the subscription type. It's a channel.chat message, which is what we are checking in that case statement there. If we go into event, we can see what sort of data we're getting. So yeah, this is everything you're getting back when you're sending a message, and you can like really. So yeah, let's see what's under badges. Under event badges. Probably nothing.
Premium.
I don't know what any of this is. I'm kind of learning it here with you, but you can see how this could kind of be useful to be like, what do I want to get from this stuff?
Yeah.
Let's go to message. What's under fragments?
Fragments? Oh yeah. Mention, type, cheer emote.
Yeah, so I think maybe if I did like different things, it might. Here, let me try something. Press. Okay, at the top left, yeah. Run the game. Don't type anything for a second, chat. Let me try something. I'm gonna do a couple things here in the chat message. I'm gonna do a hammer. I'm gonna do at press hello. So I think you should have hit that breakpoint again.
Didn't get a
maybe
pop-up
not.
this time.
That's a little weird. Okay, but no, we're still under the old one. Did we? It is resumed. Let's try reloading the game. There might be something with because I actually had an issue. My biggest problem I had to solve was my event subs were getting disconnected constantly. So like I could get stuff from Twitch for like a minute, but then after a minute it would always disconnect. And I actually have no idea how I fixed it. I just added more event subs to it, and it kind of just started working. It's really strange. So I'm hoping you don't run into this issue. Let me try that message again. Sorry, I can tag flames this time.
There we go.
Okay, so yeah, click OK, and we can go back into GameMaker. And we can go into that same tab.
Watch.
So yeah, here's the cool thing. It actually updated automatically, which is really nice. So let's scroll down to, I think it was event
Fragments.
messages. Okay, look, we have more fragments this time because I sent more things. So what's this fragment?
PogChamp.
So this one is an emote, right? I think it's like breaking the message up into its components.
Yeah.
Then we have my text, and I imagine one of them will be the tag. Like this last one is probably the tag.
Type mention. Wow.
So this is also, yeah. So this is breaking it up. So you probably don't need to do this because I imagine this is what chat parse does.
Yeah.
But anyways, I just wanted to show you because like debugger is like the most OP thing in GameMaker.
Right.
And I didn't use it for so long.
Yeah.
And it kind of takes a bit of practice to like know what you can do with it.
Mm.
The other really simple thing that it does is if you ever get an error message, the debugger just takes you to the exact line that errored your game. So you don't have to like try to find where your problem was. It just like takes you there.
Okay. Nice.
So like I just don't run in normal mode ever. Basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it's really strong. Breakpoints, watch panel. Oh, a cool thing too is at the top left there's a thing called the call stack.
Yeah.
Do you see that there? If you get a breakpoint or an error message, it actually shows you how you got to that line of code. So double click on the top one, right there. So that's our line cow equals 0. That's where we put the breakpoint. But if you double click on the one before it,
Wait, before?
the OBJ Twitch, yeah, or below it. Sorry, I should say. So this is how we actually got. It'll basically be the chain of events to how you got somewhere.
Right.
So like you got into that function that gave us our breakpoint through Twitch event sub callback. So like it can be really helpful for tracing an error, like, hey, how did we actually get here with like a wrong variable or missing data or something like that. Anyways, sorry, that's just a little useful debugger tutorial.
Yeah, super cool.
I think you're good then. I think, let me take a look at my code, because yeah, you asked about how to actually parse a message, not use the debugger. I can get that here.
Right, yeah. I mean, all that data's in there, right? So you could use it however you wanted, but they've given us this message parse thing to kind of make life easy, I guess.
Yeah. And I think I'm using that, but I'll just have to check real quick. Okay.
And I'm guessing you would pass in like data.payload.event.message and you just without the dot text bit, because that's just pulling out the text component.
Okay, so believe it or not, I don't think I'm using the parser.
You don't, but you have commands, right?
I do, yeah. I'm just looking how I'm doing this. Oh, okay. So all I'm doing one of two things. So remember, I said I'm sending out a message, right? I'm like basically saying, hey, here's what I've received. Here's the text I've received.
Yeah.
I'm basically just doing a switch statement on that message and saying, hey, case, if this is open, we do this. So let me send you some code, and you can maybe just copy it into like a new script. It won't work for you, obviously, but like just as an example.
Look at it. What do you mean by open?
sorry, I just like create a new script resource or something, just some place where you can drop this code and see it color coded.
Oh, yeah.
Let me try to like tab this out. Because yeah, you'll erase this or like turn it into a comment so you could like maybe reference what I'm doing, but let me try to make it a little less ugly. It's gonna look really ugly, but that's fine. So I've just given you a couple of examples here. Or I will be giving you a couple examples here. Just copy that into this code and we can take a look at it. Oh yeah, true. A redeem too. Yeah. That probably wouldn't have appeared in the console message. But yeah, you can do event subs for channel points. Okay. So the event add listener, that's not a GameMaker thing. That's a custom thing that I have. Pixelated Pope made. If you're interested in learning about events subscribers, there's a pretty decent open source one I can link you to. But yeah, so essentially what happens is this object is listening for a specific event type dot Twitch message. That's something I've defined. I've like event type player has died, event type the shell has been spun around on screen. I have event types for basically like everything that can be every minute that passes in my game, a minute event is fired. So things can listen to like, hey, like this is time passing or something like that. But in this case, we're specifically saying, hey, listen for this message, event type dot Twitch message. And if we get this, call a function with that message. So in this stuff below, we now know we have the message we've gotten from Twitch. And all I'm doing is a switch statement on that message. And I'm saying, hey, if this message says open, exclamation mark open, run this command, do this. So basically it will only happen if you type exactly this.
Super cool.
But then below this, yeah, exactly. And below this though, I'm doing something else. I'm also using string contains, which I guess is also a custom function. I can send that over. And I'm basically saying, hey, if a string contains bop, which is an emote, it's that hammer I used earlier, or if it contains the hammer emoji, it's for hatching the crystal on my virtual pet, right? It will hammer at the screen. So if they type either of those things, I want it to execute this stuff.
And
then the broom, if string contains broom, the broom emoji, then we're also going to spawn the hero broom object, which will clean away any trash away from my virtual pet screen. So I'm not actually parsing it because the message event sub basically is just basically sending what you've sent in chat. So most chat commands are probably just going to be supported as like exclamation mark open. Where this gets a little more complicated, but not really. So, you know how some commands have like sub commands? Like you might have exclamation mark quote space add quote slash or exclamation mark quote get or something like that. You could still, it gets a little more deep, but you could still just do a case for exactly that, like exclamation mark quote, get or add or whatever. So yeah, this is basically how I do it. There's maybe a more clever way of doing it, but
yeah, my question would be: is is it performant to constantly have a bunch of things listening for stuff?
Yep. So okay, yeah, technically you're right. It is less performant than like otherwise, but it's one of those things where with modern machines and modern engines, like you have to think about I would worry more about how easy it is to work with your code than performance, because it likely won't it will be negligible essentially.
It's just that I am right on the limit. I am crushing GameMaker right now.
I see. Because yeah, there might be other things you can do. Like I would worry more about if you're worried about this won't be like the straw that broke the camel's back.
Right,
it's not that.
It
like,
is negligible.
You're doing procedural generation and stuff like that. You're gonna have to worry about optimization on that level, probably no matter what at some point, right?
I've done so much optimization, and I'm just about getting like 150 FPS, which is just acceptable in my mind.
Right, that's fair. Press has a point. Like you don't need or want to use a signal. I disagree on want because it really depends. But you don't necessarily need to. Because yeah, if you only are using, it kind of here's how you decide if you want to use a signal. Does only one thing need to know this? If one thing needs to know this, then it's a good use case. Like because then anything that needs it can just listen to it and grab it as it's needed. But yeah, you also don't need it. You could also just like, you could have a global array and then just do like array push and add something to the array or something that would have like that'd be for like storing a log. Press is suggesting call a function when a message is received and pass the message. But how are you passing the message? You're going to have to be passing it to a specific object that needs to use it. And then you start to have game logic in your Twitch networking code, essentially.
Yeah, yeah. So it
So
can be
that's something to
worth
be
it
careful.
just to keep things separated.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm trying to think if there's like a non-signal way of handling it. Maybe Press has more insight. I can think on it because like that's either neither here nor there. I think for now you can probably just do stuff in here.
Yeah,
Uh,
I'm gonna only have like very basic stuff to begin with anyway, and it'll probably stay pretty basic. So, and I mean,
Great.
I guess this is how they're suggesting that you do it because it's how they're doing it in their example. So I guess they're not saying like, hey, don't just add your game code into this function or whatever.
So be very cautious with that because they're just giving you an example to show how it's used. So like I can give you a screenshot of what mine looks like in here because some of it's probably similar to yours, some of it's probably a little more clean. But let me send this and it'll be easier for me to talk over this. Event sub. Trying to find the best. I can just copy all of this. I'm not seeing where I actually update my, because one of the things I do is I update my Twitch title, but I'm not actually seeing that in this code. That's really strange. Oh, I do that probably some other way. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, let me send this over to you.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, is this code fine to send? It's like I stream this. What am I talking about? Yeah, okay. If you want to pop that up on stream there,
Yeah,
I
give
can.
me a sec.
Sure. Okay. Okay, so channel.update, I'm not really doing anything with it. It's commented out. Channel follow, same thing. Okay, so channel poll, for example, you can only have one poll running. So what I'm doing is I have a poll manager that essentially manages the poll state. I can send some of this stuff over, by the way, because it's like kind of like a wrapper on top of the stuff to give you more functionality. But yeah, for example, you'll notice I'm not dealing with the results of the poll here because when I create the different polls I want to call in my game, I want that logic to be with like the game logic that poll is using essentially. So like there's nothing specific for like it's just saying, hey, poll object receive here's the results. I don't care what the results are, you deal with this. Because we don't want to be dealing with the poll results in here because we might have like I have like three or four different polls in my game. You might not have that, but that's just an example. Custom rewards, for example. Okay, let's see if I do anything clever here. Yeah, so same thing. It's like it's a little bit better, but it's still kind of like it's fine. But I essentially have a global array of all my channel point rewards that I've defined by the game. And then what I'm saying is, hey, find a channel, or it's not actually, sorry, it's not a global array, it's a global struct. I'm saying find the matching channel point reward and do its redeem function. So I'm doing dot redeem and I'm passing the payload data into the redeem function, for example, for that specific channel point reward. And then the same thing, we can see here, I'm literally doing nothing with the channel.chat message other than raising an event saying, hey, this event type is a Twitch message. Here's the data. So which means I can deal with that like anywhere I want, for example. So, I do it with chat commands, but maybe I want to have a screen where people type things like, oh, maybe on the home screen when people type emojis, I want little emojis to pop up around the pet. But then I don't have to worry about how that's handled here because it's already handled sending out the message. I can just make that new thing on that scene, that room, handle the emoji pop-ups, for example. So it's just a way to try to not put too much game logic in here.
Yeah.
So one of these uses events, the bottom one, the chat messages, but the other ones don't. So this is an example of like two different ways, for example. So Press's example of like, hey, just call a function and pass the message. That's kind of similar with what I'm doing with channel.channel points custom reward redemption. It's saying, hey, find the correct channel point reward that I've redeemed, and or that I've created initially, and then use that. That sort of thing.
Yeah, that seems like the kind
make
of
it
the sort of first implementation that I would probably go for. To try
right, exactly. Yeah, give that a try, and you can try it out. If you want, I can send you my channel point constructor and my. Actually, if you want, I can show you, and I can if you want me kind of explain how I use these things, I can show you, and if you want, I can send it to you.
Yeah, sure. It's all good stuff. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, no, it's funny because like if you look back at any of the things we've done, none of it's been really hard. It's just like just where do you put these three things? How do you get it in the right order? And once you have it, it like just works. Some things will be a hassle at some point, like making different things. But let me get another screenshot. We'll do channel point rewards first, and then I'll show you polls. Game Hero Twitch. Show you how I handle creating channel point rewards. Do you use constructors ever?
No, I've never used them.
Oh, they're so good. Okay, it basically lets you create like a little, kind of almost like a GameMaker object, but it's like a GameMaker object that exists. Like it's a lightweight object that only exists in your code. It's not like an actual object itself.
Yeah.
It only has what you give it, and then you can create instances of it in your code. So I sent you another screenshot you can pop open.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a constructor called GMTTV channel reward, and I'm creating three instances of this constructor, three instances of this constructor. So the output of this is a struct. So new GMTTV channel reward feed, I give it a name and I give it a cost, and then I give it a struct of data. Twitch can take different data for like the status of the thing. For example, some channel point rewards should be enabled by default, so that's what is enabled true. Twitch or should redemption skip request queue. That's like should you have to manually approve the channel point reward, or should we just automatically assume the game has handled it? The color of the button on your Twitch page is global cooldown enabled. That's like, do you want to make it so people can spam it, or do you want to have like a 30-second cooldown between uses? And then I have a function. Basically, this is another callback function I'm calling. I'm just writing this function inline as the argument, and this is what happens when this channel point is successfully redeemed. And I don't have a fail callback. I don't think I really need it. I haven't needed one yet, so I just handle the call state where I create a piece of food essentially if somebody redeems feed. So it's nice to have like a kind of clean way of like coding this, where it's like, okay, then we do the same thing for word clean. We fill out the same data. We notice it has less data. There's a little difference between it. And then its function is it creates an instance of the broom to clean. And then, yeah, reward divine. This one's more expensive. I made it 1,000 points, and you can only do it once per stream per user. So people can't just spam heal the pet. It's expensive and limited, basically. But yeah, I have 3 different channel points set up through this. And what's cool about this is these 3 things, just by saying, hey, new GMTTV channel reward, it's actually putting the channel point reward on my channel. So this is all I have to do to put a reward on my channel.
Oh, no way.
If I gave you this function and you typed these 3 things, you would have feed, clean, and divine heal as channel point rewards on your stream, for example.
That's crazy.
Yeah, pretty nice. And then I can show you the other one that I've done. I would like to like release this as like a kind of a cleaned up wrapper for this stuff, for Twitch stuff, but I probably am only going to end up making the stuff for things I use. And I'm not using a lot of stuff, but let me show you how a poll works. Polls are like a little more complicated, but not complicated. They're just more data usually. Let's see. Why do I have this code twice? Okay, I'll give you a smaller example of my poll. Oh, here's a really good example of why the signals can be useful, essentially. Or like here's a way I'm using it. So essentially you can ignore the event add listener. This is not part of my integration, but I just want to mention that I have a stat screen that pops up only when you level up, and it says, hey, pick a stat. So what's nice about that is when that happens, say I'm playing single player, I just click a stat and move on to the next page. But I also send out a signal that says, hey, we're on the tally up screen. And that signal goes out to the ether and does nothing 90% of the time. But if I'm connected to Twitch, this poll is set up to listen for that signal. So what happens is if we're on that stat screen and that signal gets fired out and I'm connected to Twitch, then we do this poll here. So I do gmttv poll.start. So constructors, you can basically build functions into them. So the poll constructor has a start function. So this one I say, this is the name of the poll that will appear in chat. So level up, choose a stat. The time you want to spend on that poll, so a 20-second poll. And then array containing the options I want Twitch to list. I can list up to 5 on Twitch. And then here's the function that we're saying, hey, this is what we do with the results. And what that results.choices will be is essentially like, it's just an array that contains like how many votes each thing got.
Mm-hmm.
And then I sort that array with who had the highest points. I actually should be building that array sort into the poll itself, because I shouldn't have to do that for every poll I run. It should just be built in. But yeah, and then we just do different things based on the stat. So if the number one title, the first thing in the array which has the most votes is defense, then I increase the defense stat. If it's agility, I increase the agility stat. If it's power, I increase the power stat. But like this is all you need to start a poll. Essentially, you just call gmttv poll.start with the things you need, and then a poll is running on your channel.
And this,
and then you just decide what you do with it.
This is all built into the extension that I have. It's not anything additional.
No, anything that says GMTTV, that's like a wrapper. I'm making it. I'm like adding my own functionality to make it easier to use. So I can send what I have to you. I think it's pretty project agnostic. Some of it might be a little weird. Some of it might not be done. Like I said, I want array sort to be built into the poll so that you don't have to manually sort your choices.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm happy to send over what I have for now and any updates I have. But
oh yeah, that would
like
be
I said,
super
especially
cool.
for the channel points, I think you'll have a good point. If you want, we're this deep, we can probably just try to see if we can get a channel point reward if you want. Your call.
I mean, well, you know, you're here. If you're willing to spend the time, I'd say we should probably go for it. It wasn't what I was planning on doing first, but yeah, we can do it.
Yeah, may as well if we're here exactly. So I'll just send you the channel point reward function. I have to upload as a file, and I'm going to remove the backticks before I send it to you. Okay, beautiful. Oh, I don't want to subscribe, just send the message. 1 sec. Upload as a file. Okay, there we go. All right, there we go. Oh, thank you, Press. We actually just got a new model too yesterday, a higher quality model than the one I made, and it's looking real good. I'm very excited about it.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I want to read Press's comment real quick. Signal use versus function is each villager could subscribe to Twitch signals, and each villager would handle the chat message on their own. So you may want to do this, but you'd probably be better to stick to normal functions until you handle a couple of commands. Yeah, I think that's a fair point. I agree with that. Okay.
I want a script, right?
Yep, exactly.
Yep.
And don't just Control A, erase all this, Control A to highlight it, and Control V it. Like just erase everything in here and just paste my stuff directly in this. My script is already formatted how it should be essentially. This will be an interesting test because I haven't used it. Okay. So at the very top here we have, so this is a good example, right? This is a global resource. That's all a script is. It's something that gets called at the start of the game. So right at the start of the game, I define a macro called GMTTV rewards, and I say, hey, this is a global variable. So anytime I reference GMTTV rewards, it's a global variable that contains a struct. Those two brackets is basically saying, hey, I'm creating a struct here.
Okay.
And then anytime we use an instance of GMTV channel reward, it will put a copy of that struct that you've created through this channel point reward into that rewards, and that kind of is self-managed by the event sub thing. I'll have to send you that too. But we can see my function here for this constructor takes a name, a cost, options, redeem callback, and the redeem callback is expecting a function. So by default, I put an empty function in there. So by default, if you create an instance of GMTTV channel reward, it's going to do nothing. It's just going to call this empty function, but you'll replace it when you create a new instance. But let's just quickly go through it. I put these options as comments in here. These are the different things that you might want to change as you different channel point rewards might want to have different things, right? You might want to have limits per stream. Maybe some should be starting disabled, etc. Stuff like that. Okay, there is some stuff that you'll want to change here. So you'll notice I have Deciphering pet hard coded in the name field there. Just below a couple lines. Yeah, just erase that. Just have it be the name part in the things. Yeah, you can erase the array too. No, go back, Control Z. Just erase the brackets in front and the empty space. Are you familiar with? Oh, actually, wait a second. What version of GameMaker are you on?
Oh,
I can't see at the
it's
top
a
there.
little bit outdated now. 8.1.171.
Erase just as a test. I want to see something. Can you erase underscore name there and just type like 1+1? Okay, cool. You see how those are not colored as a string, even though they're inside a string?
Yeah.
That $sign in front of the string lets you do math and variables inside brackets like that.
Okay.
So I had a variable in there, which is the name that we're getting at the top. So this would let you put like a prefix, for example, in front of your channel point name. You might want to say game name, colon, then the channel point's name, and it will automatically update with the channel point's name. But we can leave it like this as fine for now. And then let's just scroll down and see what sort of functionality this constructor has. So you can see here we have a create function. You don't have to worry what it's doing, but this is what's actually creating the Twitch TV thing. So this is like doing the actual Twitch internal stuff that we're kind of skipping.
Yeah.
If we scroll down, we have modify if we need to change any of the values of an existing one. Destroy if we need to destroy the channel point reward. Maybe on the game close we want to get rid of everything. We would do destroy. Set enabled. This is where we can toggle if it's enabled or disabled. And then update ID. I don't actually know what update ID does here. And then what's cool about this constructor is it automatically creates itself. So you just have to create an instance of it and it will create itself. Can you scroll up to create actually? The where I define create. Okay, and this does automatically add itself. You see at line 43, once it's done creating, it adds an instance of this constructor to that GMTTV rewards struct we created with our own name.
Okay.
Basically, this is a long way of saying this thing sort of just manages itself.
Yeah.
Let's do a quick test. I think it will work. If you can go into your Twitch success callback, your auth callback, that's probably where you'll want to have create your channel point rewards, right? And setting anything set up. So the way this works, and you can actually reference my screenshot maybe for some of these things. Let me go to my screenshot actually. Yeah, so you can type a variable name, which is sort of how you'll reference this like callback. This event reward. So let's say just call it test_reward. And then we can say equals. And then there's a specific keyword to creating instances of constructors. It's new. So you'll type new. And then space GMTTV channel reward. It's case sensitive though. So it's. Let me type this out actually. It's that one there next to the function. So function GMTTV. So that's the database. That's actually the fact that you're getting confused there means I've named that variable really bad. You see where it says function GMTTV channel reward, and it's that's what you want to call.
Okay.
That one should be called reward database or something like that because it's like it's a database of rewards that you've created essentially. Okay, and then we can do brackets. And if you if you kind of go back over to the GMT TV channel reward, you can middle click on it to go straight to it. Or actually, if you hover over it, does it? Oh, that's really nice, actually. We can see what it's looking for, right? So you can name the channel point reward whatever you want on the left in the function. So in the first field, call it whatever you want your channel point reward to be. Has to be a string, though.
Oh, yeah. I can't really think of like what we should make it do right now, so...
Yeah, it doesn't need to do anything specific. We can just make it show a message, right? Anytime somebody redeems it, it can say, hello. A cost, so let's make it cheap because we're testing, so like 1 point. Options, just do a comma. We don't need to define any options. Just want to check. And then, yeah, now we have our redeem callback. So this will be a little weird because before I had you type this in a variable, but I'm going to show you something you can do here. You can actually write functions inline. So for the last argument, type function. So after that comma.
Oop.
Yep, type function. And then the round brackets. And then the regular squirrely ones after that.
Oh, yeah.
And then put the second one on a new line. The second squirrely bracket, yeah, after. And then give us a few spaces to work with here. So now you're creating an inline function. This is called an anonymous function. It means we're not saving this function anywhere. We're saying this only gets called in this specific circumstance.
Yeah.
Which is true. This function only ever gets called in context of this reward, so we don't really need to define it.
Right.
You could put it in a variable like we did for callback success up above, right? That might be more clean. It kind of depends. You can do it both ways. But let's just do show message. Hello. Test channel point reward, whatever you want. Show message. We'll make it actually pop up on screen. And then you'll need one more thing after you do this. So technically, what you've just done here, actually, let me make sure that's 100% true. Yeah, this is all you need. This should create a channel point reward, and it should work. You'll need one more thing, though. Let me just grab it real quick for the event sub-object. Because right now, this should create one, but it won't actually do anything.
Right.
Actually, let's test it. Let's see if it works. Let's just run this now without doing anything else. That's a fun idea. It won't respond to it because we are not doing anything with that event.
We're not
but in theory,
closing something here, I think.
Oh, yeah, just Control A and delete this. This is just like test code, right? Just get rid of all
yeah,
this.
it's the other one, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. That one was just for example purpose. It won't actually work. So that makes perfect sense. No guarantees anything else I've given you is broken, so. Okay, cool. So I connected.
Okay, I'm getting...
Now I check.
Rewards.
I don't see it. Okay.
Yeah, I got this error here.
Okay, yeah, so that's a function that I've made that I didn't give you. I can give you that real quick as well.
User get ID, right.
These are just wrappers I have to make it easier for myself. Okay. So when I have multiple functions like this in a script, I usually call it like something... I name my script this in this case. So this is my script called GMTTV user. You can just copy all those into it. Yeah, so I name the script itself GMTTV user. And then, yeah, just copy everything in there. And then, yeah. So they're basically, these are just wrappers for the things, but it gives me a little bit of extra control if I need to add stuff to this. It also makes it so I don't have to remember that it's, dot display name, dot view count, dot ID. I can just be like, GMTTV, it's my thing I made, user get ID, get view count, get display name. But yeah, you can click run now, because now that we have these things that my thing was expecting. Okay, cool. Now did we get one? Oops. Check this out. You see that? Hello, are you there? Did I mute you? 1 sec, I might have muted you.
No, yeah, I see you using it in chat. I'm not seeing anything popping up in game.
So that makes sense. So
oh right, we didn't
were
make
just
the second half.
creation, right? Exactly. Yeah. So you've now created a channel point reward specifically to your game, which I feel like is really cool.
That is cool.
Now you just need to make it do something. So this is where event subs come in. You basically have to subscribe to any event your game cares about. So I'll send you the code for this one as well, but for the next ones, you should probably get in the habit of like how you would look it up and find it, but I can walk you through that as well. Actually, you know what? Let's walk through and find it. Let's figure out what you need.
Yeah, that sounds useful.
Can I link in your chat, or should I send it in Discord? Okay. Okay, let's check this out.
Oh yes, so I've been looking at this one, yeah.
Okay, great, yeah. Okay, so yeah, you've had to do it for chat, right? So now we want to do it for channel point rewards, right? So I would just like Control F and find like channel redemption, something like that. I don't know specifically what it's called without looking up on my end.
Channel points, automatic reward redemption ads, channel points, custom.
I think that channel point redemption. It's something with redemption. So what I have here, just if it's just that the one I found, the one I'm using is channel.channelpoints custom reward redemption.
Okay.
This one, channel points. Oh, I'm not using automatic. I'm using custom reward.
I see that.
It's a little different.
Yeah.
Custom
update.
Reward. That's the one I'm using.
The one that says update on the end.
And I'm using .add. So actually, that's a good point though.
Okay.
My function that has that like constructor I gave you, it has a .update function that you can call that will actually handle the .update for you.
Oh,
but
yeah.
all we need here is we just need to know what this. Okay, actually, click back. We actually don't even need the specifics in here because GameMaker's handling the specifics. What we need is that long ass string, channel points, custom reward redemption add, and we need that number. We need that it's 1. Yeah, so that line there, and we just can remember 1. 90% of things in here are 1, but some might be 2. Hello, Brewer. Good to see another GM dev in here.
Hey, dude.
We're twitching.
Okay, where am I going with this?
Okay, so wherever you handle your, I forget where you handle your event subs.
Yeah. We're also making it in the success callback?
No, actually, so no, we actually want to go where your subscriptions are.
Oh, yeah. And that's in here now, right?
Right in there. So you can highlight line 75. Or just click on that line. You don't need to highlight it. Just click on it anywhere and press Control D. Okay, you know the good stuff. And then yeah, I think you literally just need to replace argument 1 with what you copied, and that number matches. It's 1, right? So we can leave it at 1. Okay. So now we're listening for this, but we're still not doing anything with what we're listening. So the second part of adding a new thing to watch for is if we scroll down. So that means we're now listening, we're subscribed to it, but now we need to handle it, right? So you'll need to create a case in here for that event.
Oh.
Yeah, leave that one. So yeah, okay, you got it.
And then we, like, whatever we want it to do, we could put here, but you do it a bit differently.
So yeah, for this, because you're using my thing, you can now do exactly how I do this. So let me figure out what exactly.
I thought okay, I do. The listeners are something else then.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So this we can do it my way. That's the benefit of using my wrapper, my GMTTV channel point reward as an example. I'm going to give you this code. We might not use it wholesale. I have to, because I changed something else too to make it easier to work with, but let me just send this over.
Yeah, I'm trying, bro.
That's the code. Oh, oops. I did not copy it over to you. I will do that now. Okay, I sent this over. Okay. We're making progress though. It's just the setup that's a little bit of a bitch, and just sort of figuring out the process, which I think this will help. So we can just copy what I just sent in here. Okay. So you can tab this however you'd like to. Okay, so I don't know. I sort of did something differently. I might need to copy something else for you. Let me find out where I set response. Okay. So before response, put before the user, before where that var underscore user is defined, put that in there. So a lot of these events will actually use this like kind of response. They'll use data.payload.event. So I kind of put that above and make sure all of them have access to it. But for now, we'll just put it here.
Oh, okay.
And we can get the user from this event, from this payload, and now we're getting the reward name from this response. And then what we're gonna do, reward.title. What is reward? I'm trying to I'm like, what does this mean exactly? I think it actually is just handled. Yeah, this is handled. If channel reward equals not equals undefined, there is a world where this just works. let's run it. Actually, yeah, let's run it. Let's run it. There's a non-zero chance this works. There's a high percentage it also just works, but okay, so it's working. It's not crashing. We have the reward there. Now we see what happens.
Hey.
Hello. You have a channel point reward that gets redeemed in your game now.
That's crazy.
You should probably increase the price of it because I'm gonna spam it. I'm gonna close these pop-ups and definitely keep closing them. Yeah, so now people can interact. So now basically, if you want to make more of these, you just keep putting more in that section where we said new TTV reward. You can now start changing what they do. And so yeah, you never touch this. This is functionality I've made. You can consider this like a built-in function, right? If you need to reference what I do or something, you might need to go in there. But for the most part, it's like plug and play. It's on your auth in your auth callback. Yeah, here you go. Here's where you can create. So for like organization, what you might do is you might create a script called channel point rewards.
Yeah.
And you might define all your channel point rewards in there and then have just a section here that says set up channel point rewards, because this could potentially get messy if you have a lot of things in here. But yeah, you basically in that function that says show message hello, you just put whatever you need it to do in there. You're now in control of what happens, right? You can make it so that this with one random instance, right? You could destroy a random. You could have like a smite and then make it so it picks a random villager and they get smited and they're dead.
Yeah.
Or you can make it your claim function, right? Claim a villager. It can roll a random villager and like assign the user who called its name to that villager or something like that.
Right. That's basically like the first thing that I want to be looking into doing.
Yeah, I imagine polls would be doing it, but you could also do it by like claim, right? You could also say like /claim and then like.
I think it would just be like an exclamation point join, and then we have like a list of all of the unassigned ones, and you get granted one of those, and then I would have like all the different gifts, carpenter and shaman and so on and so forth. And then probably want like a bit of a cooldown on that, but you can just switch your gift. And I would probably have something in there as well where if a human is claimed by a chatter, then the player or the streamer can't actually reassign the gift anymore. Otherwise, they could be like battling against each other or whatever.
Yep. So the cool thing about that is that's all behavior on your end, essentially. All you need to do is get the data from the event sub, and then the ball's in your court. You have the info you need, and you're outside of Twitch's territory, right? They're just getting you the data, essentially.
Yeah.
One nice thing about channel point rewards, though, you can actually do both, by the way. So for my feed and my clean, I have channel point rewards, but I also have chat commands. The one nice thing I'll say about channel rewards is it's like you can people can stumble upon it. They click on your channel point rewards and be like, oh, what is this? Like I can play with your pet with this, and you can do built-in cooldowns with that as well. But for depending on what you need and how many things, it sounds like your game might have because your game is like a god sim. You're going to have a lot of probably options they can do potentially, but
I mean,
you can mix and match. You can do either or for some things, and they're not necessarily mutually exclusive for everything as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential here. How far I'll take it, I'm not sure yet, but even just having that basic integration is going to be really fun, I think.
Yeah, I agreed. Yeah, like I said, it's really powerful just to be able to play with channel points, rewards, and like I said, you can probably reference and sort of figure out how I do that screenshot where I sent you the chat. And if you decide you want to do poll stuff as well, let me know. I can send you the poll code as well. It's pretty easy to use. It's similar to this. I think it's actually completely standalone as well. I'll just send it to you later, actually, just so you have it. I'll just make sure it's pretty easy to use.
Awesome.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
polls would probably be
I think
really
you're in a good
nice.
spot. But
Yeah,
any
yeah.
questions before we jump, or
Uh,
before I jump, I should say?
I was just gonna say, like, the listeners thing. That's like some other extension that you're using. You said Pixelated Pope is the author. Is that right?
Yeah, let me. So I use Pixelated Pope's one, but before, so this project, because I'm working with Pope, I was using his, but there's one in here. I'll send you a link to one. You can actually just like look at the GitHub. It's called Notification System by Baba Ganesh. I can do a quick little like tour through, and you can kind of figure out how this or see how this might work. Um, okay, it should have scrolled down to, wait, did it not link to the specific one?
No, I think it did.
Okay,
I
yeah,
just
here we go.
started scrolling around.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so we can see how you might use this. So create event for an object which wants to listen to a notification. You call a subscribe function and you say receiver equals new receiver. And then you say receiver.add monster killed increased score. So it should read pretty clearly, but what it's saying is basically anytime you kill a monster, you would send out a signal monster has been killed.
Mm,
And then this object would increase your score every time this happens.
right.
Because every time you kill a monster, you might want to increase a variable that by 1, and when 10 monsters are destroyed, increase the difficulty. But you also might want to increase your score. So these are two separate things listening for monster killed. You don't want to say in the monster death event that like, hey, in this object do this, and this object do this, and this object do this. It's like, no, you just send out a signal, a monster has been killed, and whatever needs to know that handles it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it even says right there below, in the destroy event for a monster, broadcast, monster killed. And as long as those strings match, that increased score will get called every time a monster has been killed. And then you can also make it a bit cleaner. They do not have to be strings. You can also use enums. That's what I was doing. So I had like event type, chat message received. They have event type monster killed, event type game over, player jump. You can have an event every time the player jumps and make an enemy that reacts to player jumps, for example. Every time the player jumps, they jump. There's like those Marios from Super Mario World that jump when you jump. That'd be an example of a way you could do that.
Mm,
Most monsters don't need to know that they jump when the player jumps, but that one does.
very cool.
Yeah, I was using this before and it was pretty good. And apparently this is now part of like a bigger kit. It's called GameMaker Scaffolding. I haven't looked in anything else. I don't have any other suggestions in the things here, but he has like a lighting system, a terminal module, a world module. I haven't used any of these things. I can only say that the notification system worked well for me.
Cool. Okay.
Out of this here.
Yeah, I'll definitely I'll look into this. Lighting sounds good too, but I didn't think I would ever get lighting in my game because of the complexities involved there, especially with it being isometric. Probably never will still,
Right.
but I'll at least look. If someone else has done it and I can just kind of plug it in, why not,
Oh, that being said, since you mentioned it, I'm sending you one more thing. By the way, if you're interested in on my Thursday stream, the VOD is still up. I literally went an hour overtime just talking about the different libraries and extensions they use for GameMaker.
Yeah.
And I actually went through like there's a lot of people in chat who are like, wow, like I had no idea like this sort of stuff is out there.
Right.
If you're interested at all in skimming through, it's like there's some good stuff in there. I eventually will make a video that's not me just yapping about it, but I do get through a lot of stuff in it. But one more thing I just linked to you. There's a guy named Juju Adams. He is like a really well-known GameMaker dev. He worked on Delta Room, Skies of Chaos, Shovel Knight Pocket Dungeon, Samurai Gun 2, Hyper Light Drifter, Disc Room, Swords of Ditto, Zero Sievert. He's a really well-known entity in the GameMaker space. He has made a handful of libraries that are like considered essential for like any GameMaker project.
Mm-hmm.
Two of them being Scribble and Input that you can see here.
Yeah.
Input is like a really comprehensive input library, rebinding, button icons, switching between devices. It's like super comprehensive. Scribble is like a text renderer that lets you like change color of your text inline, do like wavy line effects, cool effects, draw sprites inline. Those are two that are really good. But he also has, if you scroll down a little bit, Bulb. 2D lighting system. If I were to ever use a lighting system, I'd probably use his because I trust his libraries a lot.
Yeah.
He documents his stuff really well. If you scroll down, scroll down to the bottom, read the documentation. His stuff is really well documented, which is why I really like using it. So if you click on the left, there is a quick start guide. And it's like, here, how does bulb work? He explains it step by step. He'll give you some code, and it's like, you can basically see if this like works for you, what he's doing. So yeah, once again, I haven't actually used bulb, but if I needed a lighting project on a project coming up, this would be the one I'd be trying out.
Cool.
Because yeah, he like super documents his stuff, so worth looking at as well. Juju stuff is like really cool. I use his save system. I use his text renderer, his input. My 3D model that I have, my Tamagotchi, is using one of his libraries that he's made as well.
I see.
So yeah, I auto trust his work basically.
Nice. Awesome. Well, thanks so much, man. Cool.
No problem. Happy to help. If you have any other questions, let me know.
Will do. Take it easy.
Alrighty. Later chat. Well, I'll be in chat probably, but
awesome.
Bye, y'all.
All right. Bye for now. Thanks, Press. Okay, yeah. I just kind of wanted a break from drawing sprites, really. And I think Twitch integration will be really fun. I don't really plan on taking it quite as far as Grog has, but you know, just having like each villager is a chatter, and they can interact by sort of choosing their gifts, and then the chat is the village, and they sort of are managing themselves by you know, selecting which role they're going to perform. I think that's pretty cool. And then the streamer is the god, the overlord, sort of watching over them. But yeah, I mean, I haven't really considered much else yet, but obviously there's like a nearly infinite possibilities of what we could do with this. Yeah, it's I've kind of needed that recently, being able to like switch back and forth between different things, because I'm noticing I sort of burn out on whatever I'm doing for too long. Which has been a bit of a change that I've noticed within myself, because I used to be very much like, oh, I've got to stick to this one thing for a year straight or something. Can't seem to do that so much anymore. That's a little bit extreme. Oh my goodness. But yeah, I think I'll just take a 5-minute break after that, and then I'll sort of start playing around with this stuff. I guess we'll try and get it to where you guys can claim villagers and hopefully interact with the game. It should be pretty fun. It's going to mainly be like passing chat messages to recognize certain commands. Yeah, got to figure out, like, I think there are some predefined commands, but I'm going to have to probably add some custom ones. Well, I'm definitely going to have to add some custom ones. Play around with that stuff. If the sender is the streamer, yeah, I believe there is a way to do that. Right. Yeah, there's no reason that the streamer would be using chat commands, though, because they're like playing the game directly. But yeah, I'll be right back. I mean, for testing purposes, like, you know, I might have to, you know, use use the chat commands myself, although there seems to be a few of you here today, so we can all play around with it and see what I can come up with. Okay, be right back. Okay, yeah. A little bit outside of my comfort zone with all this stuff, so bear with me while I kind of get used to it all. So right, is there a way then that I can delete the test reward in game? I know there's a way we could modify it. Probably get rid of this unused script now, and maybe I'm supposed to rename this one to something that actually makes sense. We called the other one like GMTTV users or something. GMTTV user. This can be GMTTV rewards. Okay. And we've got channel points create, channel points delete. Right, so let's see if I can delete the reward. The redeem. What is it? Channel reward test. What? Wait. Okay. Wait a minute. This is where we define the reward and its functionality. The hell is this? So this is the thing that listens for somebody using it or something. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, my goldfish memory is not going to help. We like just did this. I'm like, where is that thing again? But I'm guessing, let me just detach that from there. In fact, let me close all the windows and have a fresh start. Destroy, function destroy. Wait, what? So you can enable it and disable it. All right, have fun. Oh, I feel like my brain would work better if I sat down. Definitely pretty tired today. Okay, there's the subscription. Right. That's the subscription. This is like handling for when it's used. This is defining what it does when it's used. New GM TTV channel reward. Options. Options. Is enabled. Prompt. So these kind of seem like modifiers, you know, give it a cooldown, etc. Doesn't look like I'd be able to delete it through options. I'm not even sure that this is possible, but I mean, there is a function destroy here. Modify. Too many questions, I think. I'm just gonna have to figure it out, which will be the best for me in the long run, I suppose. Yeah, I don't really plan on doing it that well. I didn't plan on doing anything with channel points or polls. Not to say that I won't eventually, but yeah, I'm just curious. I'm just curious if I can delete this reward through the game instead of through Twitch. It seems Twitch channel points delete custom reward. Get ID. It seems there is a destroy function. I'm just not sure how I use it. To be honest with you. Like maybe instead of creating a new one here, I would do like destroy test. Something like that. Probably want to keep this example code lying around. Now would I destroy test underscore reward because it's stored inside of there? So I had no idea that scripts are automatically called at the start of the game, like when you launched the application. That's new to me. So that's how those macros are being defined, even though we never actually call the script anywhere. That is weird. That is weird for me to think that all of my scripts are being run at the start of the game, even though I don't want to do that with 90% of them. That's not how I've been using scripts, because that's, yeah, I just didn't know that that was how they work. I mean, you can obviously use them other ways, but good to know. Good to know. Yeah, also I don't know if is this local or is this actually gonna, you know, modify the channel point redeem on Twitch. I don't know. So, I mean, I guess I can put a function in here. That's what we're doing, right? We put... What if I don't know, but what if instead of that, I put the destroy function in there? Would that then destroy this reward, this channel point reward? I don't know. Maybe it'll just destroy the world. Let's try it. Oh, yeah, it didn't like that. Okay, yeah, don't do that. Oh, or was it this one? I just have a random... Hold on. What's going on? Yeah, no, it doesn't like that. So yeah, so we're creating one of these, what was it called? It's like a temporary function that works because we're actually creating it, defining it. Also, like if this reward already exists, is it gonna create a new one like every time I run this? Or does it know not to create duplicates? Yeah, it would just be really nice to... Mainly because I don't like having to navigate through all the Twitch dashboard and everything. Would be really nice to do this from GameMaker. Maybe I actually call destroy inside of this function that's inside of there. Instead of... No, that doesn't make any sense, because then that would be like it destroys itself when you use it, right? That doesn't make any sense. Well, I'm trying to figure out if I can like delete it from, you know, like how we created the channel point redeem through code. Can I now remove it through code? Just kind of out of curiosity more than anything. It just would be cool. Yeah, because I saw this destroy function here, so I assumed you could, but I'm not really able to piece it together myself. And your channel. Okay, I was wondering as well, is it local or is it on Twitch? It's both. That's cool. Yeah. Well, what if it doesn't exist in code? Will it just do one, or will it freak out? Because I'm assuming if I don't do this, if I comment that out, then technically it's not going to exist within the game. All right. So the subscription is the thing that listens for it. This is handling for... What is this? We subscribe to listen for it. This is like handling when somebody uses it. The stuff in here is what it actually does. Whereabouts did we actually create it again? Oh my god. Well, this is also where we created it now. We created it and defined what it does here, I believe. I need some snacks. I'm fading fast. Flipping out. I'm not lifting today because I don't have enough food. There's no point. I don't have enough protein. Yeah, because we can modify, enable, disable, and destroy apparently, but where we actually do that, I don't know. Wait, these can't be the default settings because it was working, which means it was enabled. So enabled is not false. I think I better open the windows for 15 minutes. Yeah, it's so funny when D-Boy was playing my game yesterday, I realized, like, holy shit, you know, there's so much content here. You know, as the developer, you feel like there's nothing. You're like, oh, this game barely even exists. There's nothing to do, you know. But then you see somebody play it, and you realize, oh, there's like hours and hours, if not days, worth of stuff for people to do here, and because they just gradually work it out and piece it together bit by bit. I don't think he'd even used all of the different available gifts after a couple of hours of playing it, or however long he was playing it for. He hadn't even used a single miracle, you know, and he was still having fun, sort of just figuring things out. So it was reassuring, and it let me know that I also have got the pacing quite right as well. Like, because it takes a really long time to figure stuff out. Obviously, that will be helped by a tutorial, but it will still take quite some time. And that the whole first level being like completely free of any threats, any sort of deadly creatures, is just super beneficial. And I always knew that, like, from quite early on, because it allows you to get a build going from the start as well, because that can be pretty brutal. Like, when you get dropped into the game and you haven't had chance to like set up the village yet or assign all of the gifts, grant all of the gifts and then you get attacked before you've managed to even like make any guards or anything. But when you're going into level 2 with like, you know, a bunch of guards and shaman and hunters and stuff already, you're pretty safe. Twitch channel points, delete custom reward. Yeah, maybe instead of using destroy, that's what I'm supposed to be using. Broadcaster ID callback success. Is the ID of the reward or the... I guess so. Otherwise, you could only call it from kind of like inside of it. Destroy is like a very GameMaker term, right? But whereabouts do I? Because we never tried modifying one. But I'm guessing destroying would be done in the same way as modifying. Or enabling or disabling or whatever. I just have no idea where to actually add that stuff. Maybe it's because I don't understand constructors. I've never used constructors before. These functions all exist within this function. That's kind of confusing. Yeah, that's the first time that she's tuned into my stream. I've been watching her stream a couple of times now, I think. Really cool project. So it's like when destroy gets called, it's like it needs to be inside of this function, otherwise it's undefined. Does that mean maybe that just seems really weird. Because if I put it inside where we like made it show message hello, that would be like you would actually use the redeem it to destroy itself. That can't be right. Okay. Let's do a call. Here we go. Yeah, you're gonna have to explain this one to me. It's not making any sense.
No problem. So what you said, that can't be right. That's not how it is. That's exactly how it is.
Really?
So sweet. It's so good that it works that way. So, okay, so let me explain this. This might be a little weird to explain, but okay. So a struct can contain is essentially a list of like variables, and those variables can be named anything. They can hold anything. So they can hold data. They can hold they can hold strings, they can hold numbers, they can hold arrays, they can hold more structs, but they can also hold functions.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go back. Let's go back to click on GMTTV channel reward. I'll have a stream delay again, so that's fine. But if you go back into the reward, Okay, so you see how it says ID, name, cost, options, etc. Like
Yes. Yeah.
those are all the variables that every instance of GMTV channel reward will have. So you could do, if you, whatever variable you put new.gmttv channel in, channel reward in, you could do like variable.name, variable.cost, and it will actually get those names and costs from there.
Wow.
But what's really cool is we're not just creating, oh, wait, have you changed the script a little bit? Yeah, you did change it, didn't you? Because I'm
Did
like,
I?
this doesn't look right. Or did you?
I
Did you
don't think
not? Let me
so.
see. Let me look at my code here. I think, did I actually read like this? Channel points. Oh, that's actually really interesting. I see. Okay, so this is partially. Does this work how I think it works? Oh, I'm actually shocked. Okay, so part of why it's maybe confusing is because I wrote it confusing. Let me quickly change how this should look. Because each of those functions should actually be variables that hold functions. So I'll show you what that looks like in a sec here. And I'll show you how that works. But yeah, it's really cool coding this way. It makes things a lot more manageable. Sec equals function. Just gonna quickly update everything. It might be easier for you. Yo, oh wait, no, never mind. Sorry, I was confused for a sec. I was like, my stream got muted again, but I muted it because I'm talking to you. Actually, how do I want to do this? So this maybe actually, I actually am very surprised this was working at all for me. I might have to do some tests because it might be something that like it secretly actually just works, even though like it's like a kind of a weird way of doing things. But I'll give you the updated one. It'll just take me a minute more here. But yeah, okay, I can kind of talk while I'm doing this. It's just busy work. If you go back to where we create the channel point reward, I'll show you what you should be able to do while I'm typing this. So create a new line and do test underscore reward. Just type the words on a new line. Test underscore rewards. If you want to share screen, I can maybe get rid of. I can maybe respond instantly.
Yeah, I'm sharing screen with you.
Oh, you are okay. I just wasn't looking. Okay, let me go over. Okay, so the way you have to think about this is every variable inside inside test reward that you saw inside that constructor of GMTTV channel reward, you can actually access here. So let's say you wanted to destroy this, you would type test underscore reward dot destroy double brackets.
That makes so much
because
sense.
Because this instance contains a copy of it. And what's really rad about this is like all the code is self-contained. So like if something goes wrong with this, they're called the way they were called, these structs and constructors, when they were being like teased as coming to GameMaker a few years ago, they were called the lightweight objects. And essentially you're making a little self-contained object that contains exactly as much functionality as it needs. So this GMTTV channel reward is designed to handle itself entirely. So you can, if you need to destroy it or update it, so like a better example actually would be, you probably don't want to create it then destroy it, but maybe you want to modify it. So you could do the modify one and probably change its name. So those lines are good. We can leave that, but instead of doing destroy, we could do dot modify.
Yeah.
And then this is where you could pass in. I forget how the actual functionality of modify works, but you could jump into my little constructor and see what data it's expecting. But this is probably for changing the name. Yeah, changing the options. Exactly. You can change the name, the cost. You can make it so that every time somebody calls the channel point reward, the reward actually modifies itself and gets more expensive each time. Like you could do something like that, right? You could have a ramping cost in here. So like literally you could put this inside where you're creating this reward, and it would work that way. And so it's kind
Yeah.
of cool that you could do stuff like that. But yeah, so any functions that you put in something like this, it has. So like for example, I can show you something. So actually, there's a tutorial series that like I watched like a little over a year at this point that completely changed how I code in GameMaker, and I think it would help you understand this more. And I'll send it to you after. But I'll show you the thing that like changed how I code. Um, so like you know in games it's pretty common to do a health bar, right?
Mm.
Um, the way I would normally do this, are you just streaming your screen? Like actually no, I'll just send you a screenshot. I just was wondering if they could see my screen if I shared my screen, but
I was
we can move
showing
Discord
the
over.
screenshots that you sent before.
Okay, I'll just quickly type something out and then make a screenshot. But like so for example, in every game you need to code HP, right? Or a lot of games you need to code HP, maybe MP, maybe energy. But like HP, for example, you need to make sure HP doesn't go over 100 or over the max amount. It doesn't go below 0. You need to be able to deplete it. You need to be able to restore it. You need to be able to check if it's empty. If it's empty, you should probably kill the player. And enemies need to do this too. And maybe you need to code like this is a system you kind of use a lot and you code a lot. And it's like there's a way with constructors you can do it kind of nicely. So I'll quickly type this up. I'll just take a
I'll
second.
be right back. 2 seconds.
Sure, no worries. I'm just typing.
Back.
Okay, I'm just about to send you a screenshot here of like a cool example of another constructor I use that I use this one in every project. And it hopefully it should read pretty clearly, but I can explain it too. Let me know if you have any questions about this, but
Resource, okay.
so resource for me means like, HP, mana, energy, rage, anything that I need oh, for my pet game, happiness, mood, hunger I use as a resource.
Yeah.
HP is a resource in my game. But like I know that it's always going to do the same behavior. It's like, I can call a specific function on empty, and I know that if I do HP.deplete 100, I will go to 0 HP. Or sorry, let's say I have 100 HP and I do deplete 1,000. I know it's not going to go into like a negative 900 and mess up the way my health bar draws, right? It's going to clamp it at the values. So I've built all this functionality into this resource that I made, and it's like I can use this in any project. I could send this to you, and you could use this in any project. So this is the way I'm trying to build most of my stuff now in these like little kind of like little containers. So that way, if something goes wrong, it's like I can go, oh, the player isn't correctly dying. Well, okay, we'll just check on empty. Like what is happening in HP.onEmpty? What happens when the player reaches 0 HP? There might be something wrong in here. But yeah, so basically HP is another constructor, or resource is another constructor that contains. I'll show you like a little bit of what it looks like inside. I kind of just did a little collapsible thing of what it looks like inside. So you can see that it has deplete, restore, etc. Oh, I didn't collapse it. My GameMaker is bugged, but anyways, I think you'll get the point. But yeah, all this stuff is built into this constructor object that I can use for just like anything, basically. I'm almost ready to send you the updated. I'm gonna actually rename that function for you. I'm gonna rename it to delete instead of destroy because delete is a better name.
Yeah.
But I think you can just copy and paste everything I put in here. upload as a file. The only thing you'll need to do is the Desuku pet name will be back in that name in there.
Okay.
So this will replace the GMTTV constructor I sent you in that script file. Just paste it in, and then erase the Desuku pet and all those spaces at the beginning.
Oh yeah.
Very top of the page, I think. Very near the top. Yeah, so there, just get rid of that. Okay, so now if we scroll down a little bit,
Ooh.
we'll see that these are no longer, the function is no longer the first word. I kind of feel like this looks like it's weird, but this should be correct. Instead of being like function and then a function name, you're creating a variable called delete, and then you're putting that function in that variable, so you can access like GMTV.
Static is a variable?
Sorry, static is a specific thing to constructors. You can almost for now just pretend that word static isn't there. If you erase static, it would work just fine. Static basically means like that you're going to create 10 instances. Let's say you created 10 channel point rewards. Oh. Every one of them is going to have a delete function. Everyone's going to have an add function, and everyone's going to have an update function.
Yeah.
But they all use the same, like the function is the same between all of them. It doesn't change. So what static does is basically say in memory, this is the same function in every instance of
nice.
this object. So it's just a little bit of like a management thing. It's like if you deleted static, it would work just the same. Mm-hmm. It wouldn't really matter.
But it's more memory efficient.
It's technically more efficient, yeah. And there's some other reasons. There's some cool things you can do with static, but I need to play with them more. Like for example, if you make a function called counter, like let's say it just says, hey, counter, the counter is function, and what it does is increases a number by 1. You could say inside the counter function, you could say static counter equals 0. And then in the function call counter plus 1. And every time you call counter, even though the function, the variable is being defined in that function, because it's static, it will be remembered in memory. So the second time you call the function, it'll be 1, then it'll be 2, then it'll be 3, then it'll be 4. Okay. And like this counter will actually track its own state, sort of. I don't really use that too much. I feel like I probably should be using it more, but it's a cool thing you can do. But yeah, you're basically thinking of it this way. Whatever variables are in here, you can access by doing dot in a variable that you've created. So for your test underscore reward, you can dot access name the function set enabled. So let's do this. Let's do a quick test just to demonstrate this. Go back into where you create. I guess
I'm going back to destroy because it just has the red squiggly line.
Right. Yeah. That's true. I changed it and then I undid it on my end because I have to go find in my code where I did that. But yeah, go back into where you create the test thing. Test reward, I forget what it's called. And do show message right after this, right after you create this test reward. Just create like a new line on line after line 10. But before the destroy, do show message, and then do test reward dot name. So we know that test reward is an instance of GMTTV channel reward, and we know GMTV channel reward has a name variable. So in theory, this should show the name of the channel reward, which is being set to test.
Yeah.
So let's just run that and see what it does.
Test.
It popped up for you?
Yeah. It actually popped up before the succeeded message, which was odd, but
that might sort of make sense. Oh, so a lot of that stuff is asynchronous, so it doesn't. The connection won't happen right away.
Right.
But that message, you initialize this thing, so it happened right away. I didn't see it for. I wonder if it just didn't pop up on my screen, but yeah. So like, if you change the name to something else, it would show test. But basically, what it will be is the name of that instance. So if you created a second channel point reward, so for example, I was gonna kind of send this to you, but when I clean up my game, when it's like time to close down, essentially, I have like a Twitch disconnect function that
Yeah.
I just like made that gets called, and it basically goes through all my channel. I actually hard code it right now. I should make it so it's cleans up itself, but I basically do like reward underscore feed dot destroy, reward underscore fight dot destroy, reward underscore clean dot destroy. I go through and I destroy all my each instance of it. I have to destroy them all manually because they each control their own data. They all each know which Twitch ID, which ID of the channel point reward they correspond to on Twitch. So you don't have to track that for each one and manage it yourself. It's like they all just manage themselves, which is the nice thing. But yeah, hopefully that cleared up maybe some of this confusion with this kind of style of coding.
Yeah, because I was not thinking of these like, you know, it's because I didn't understand constructors, right? I wasn't thinking of them that I can access them like something stored within an object.
Yeah, exactly. It's I don't know how long have you been using GameMaker for?
Like since way back when, but only really full time for 3 years.
Gotcha. So before there was the 2.3 update, this stuff wasn't possible. So for example, every script, like you might remember the old way where if you created a script, that script was like a singular function you did. Like a script was a function, and now a script is different than a function. A function is a function. So this stuff didn't exist then. Like there wasn't structs, there wasn't constructors, there wasn't local functions, there wasn't anonymous functions. There was only the script resources being one function each, and it was a lot more hard to manage your code. So most people who started with GameMaker, me included, if I go back to my last project, it was not coded like this because it wasn't possible.
Yeah.
So I can send you this video series and you can watch it whenever if you want to check it out. But yeah, like kind of opened my eyes to like, oh, this is like a really cool way of coding. It really helped me out, and they're not very long either.
Yeah, it's going to radically
over.
change my approach. I mean, I don't know how much refactoring I'll do. We'll see. I might be like, oh,
Yeah.
hell yeah, I just really want to do it, you know, and it'd be good practice and everything. Or it might show up in a future project, maybe. I might just want to get this
exactly.
one
There'll
shipped,
probably be
but...
with a project of this scale. I bet you'll find some. You'll be like, oh no, I could so to give you an example, in my pet project, I have an inventory constructor.
Yeah.
So I create a new inventory that has 10 spaces.
Mm-hmm.
But that inventory constructor has if I say, hey, you have 10 slots, it creates 10 inventory slot constructors. I have a constructor for inventory slots.
Yeah.
Because you might want to have specific behavior in a slot.
Right.
And then I put an item into those slots.
Yeah.
And an item, of course, is a constructor. So I can create new item and then give it like data about that item type. So like abilities can be constructors.
Because there's something called keys, right? And keys were always like, oh, if you wanted to do an item in an inventory that has like stats associated to it or something, you would use a key. But now it seems like constructors are the new keys.
Right. So are you familiar? Yeah, you're talking about DS maps, right?
I've never used them. I just remember reading something somewhere.
Gotcha. So previously you would use DS lists and DS maps.
Yeah.
To kind of manage those, and DS maps had keys that it's a key value pairing is all a map is. It's like, hey, this map has this key and it has this value associated with it. But with 2.3, essentially you don't use DS lists, you use arrays.
Okay.
And you don't use DS maps, you use structs. And they behave the same thing. It's a key value pairing. If we go back into the constructor for GMT TV channel reward, we can take a look at the key value pairings. It's there we go. So like the keys we have in this are redeem. Wait, are we in the... Yeah, okay. Yeah, so create is a key. Modify is a key. Destroy is a key. Scroll up to the top, actually. That was a good example. We have a name key, we have a cost key, options key. So the name key, so the key could be name, and that would get you test reward that we created, whatever you named it, right? So you can think of this as key value pairings, whereas lists or arrays are just like arbitrary order, essentially. Like you just have like a list of data. It doesn't really matter. It's just a list. It's an ordered list, but like it's not necessarily like... You wouldn't want to put like an item name in slot 0 of an array and then an item cost in slot 2.
Right.
Because you'd rather reference something by name and cost as opposed to slot 0 and slot 1. Like, it just makes more sense.
It's all going to get jumbled up as well. potentially.
Yeah, it's hard to track, it's hard to follow. But yeah, this is what's really nice about structs. And yeah, it's essentially the same thing as maps were, which is exactly the key value pairing you're talking about. So yeah,
Yeah.
this is the new way of doing this sort of thing.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Well, definitely like I think it was the new version of scripts right from when I started out, but I didn't start using scripts until quite deep into the project because I just didn't know what they were yet.
Right, yeah.
But I've been thinking about how I need to do a big inventory overhaul for a long time, and this is brilliant. This is like exactly what I need because I would say I want to have like an item that's a piece of meat that has a decay timer on it. Eventually, it's going to rot, right? So that would be a struct within a struct that's an inventory slot within a struct that's an inventory, and that's how I do it, right?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, there's like you can do little things like that. Like for example, like you can make a GameMaker object that is a struct. Like you could give a struct a step of like you could give a struct a key called step, a variable called step, and that's a function. And then you could run, struct dot step in a step event, and have an object that's calling a step event every second, right? Or every step. I don't know why I changed the second.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
And you can do things like your objects might have an update event. So like, for example, you might have your items that have a decay factor. They might add themselves to a queue, and you basically would have something going through all your decayable objects and saying, hey, update its decay status. Every step, reduce it by a little bit, or every minute or something, reduce the decay status of all decayable items. And you just basically, you don't need to know how many items you have that are decayable. You just need to go through the items and be like, hey, if you're decayable, you decay. And the item will be like, oh, I can do that, or it just won't do it. It just will. There's different ways. This is architecture stuff. Like there's probably a million ways you could do this, but like this is what came to my head. So yeah, you're thinking on the right.
Then you have like
along the right lines
one
of this.
decay manager that's decaying everything. It's like decay as a global concept versus each thing is doing its own decaying, which is probably less performant.
Well, it is. Well, yeah. So it's both because each thing is handling its own decaying. But you still, if you still need to have something updated, but you don't really need to worry about performance of this stuff, especially if it's something you
Okay.
need, right? Like, but yeah, I haven't actually done decaying. I'll kind of think on that. But there's different ways. Let me give you one more example of a constructor that I use to kind of give you an idea of the
Sure.
kind of power of this.
It's really crazy that they can have events.
Yeah, so it's not that they actually have real events, but you're kind of like making up. You can make up your own events. So for example, in my resource constructor, I have a made up event called empty. It's basically what happens when it's empty. And I call on empty to say, hey, this is what happens when you're empty. So when the HP reaches below 0, I call the empty function, which I treat as, for me, it's an event that happens. It's like, okay, you've reached an event, you're now empty, call your empty function. HP has probably a different empty function than MP. The MP's empty function is out of mana. But the empty HP function is, oh, you're dead, kill the player. But then some things will have an update every frame or every step. But I have a good example of this. Do you use alarms in GameMaker?
Yeah.
Like GameMaker's alarm system? I've actually kind of stopped using them because I've made my own. There's
Okay.
nothing wrong with alarms, by the way. I just like my new system better.
Yeah.
But let me find a good example. Sure, I'll do my smoke bomb item. Okay, so check this out. You can load that screenshot up. So I have a constructor that I've made that I've called alarm. It's what I use to replace GameMaker's alarms. And so the way this works is I say, hey, timer equals new alarm, and then I say on update. And this is what we're happening every frame of the game.
Step or frame?
Basically, this is the code I want to happen. It almost doesn't matter what happens here because a lot of my alarms won't be doing something every frame. But think about it this way. When you're normally set an alarm, you normally can't say, hey, every step of this alarm, do something, right? But basically what I'm doing inside this is saying, hey, if we're at this time of the alarm, play this effect. And then if we're at this time of the alarm, play this effect.
That's useful.
So this is a bomb item. So it basically is saying, hey, at this stage, play the smoke bomb effect, and then do the damage effect after.
Okay.
And then when the item is done, because in my game it's an RPG, I have to pause the encounter. So when the alarm is done, I say, hey, encounter equals false, or sorry, is paused, because my encounter is a constructor as well, and it has an is paused variable.
Nice.
I set that to false so that the battle can go on, and then I destroy the instance that's calling this. And then to set it all off, once I've set this all up, I actually, on this object, I want to just start the alarm right away, and I set the alarm for 3 seconds. But then actually for this to work, because update is an event, right? It won't just go on its own. So actually, let me give you a screenshot that has the full code here. This is basically what was missing from the screenshot. In the step event, I actually call update.step, or sorry, timer.update. So every step of the game, I'm saying, hey, alarm, update, update. And it's basically just every step it's going. And what's cool is the timer knows if the timer is paused, for example, it's still updating itself. But it's like, oh, am I paused? Then we shouldn't count down, and we shouldn't run the update code because we're not paused. But then if I unpause the alarm, it'll start counting down. It will start doing this update function that I've set above there, the one with the smoke bomb effects. So it's like, this is an example of like one that has like sort of fake events that I've built in. So there is like an extra layer of stuff you have to do. So if you need something that runs every frame, like an update event for an alarm, I need to have that run somewhere. So in this case, the smoke bomb object has a timer and it just updates itself. Easy peasy.
Yeah, that's super clean when you can just do timer dot update in this case, or dot whatever you need. I
exactly.
get it.
And the one thing that I really like about it too is like, think about alarms, right? You say alarm 0 equals a number, right? Well, what is alarm 0? You don't really know what that is. And then to see what it does when it's finished, you have to go to another event tab.
Yeah.
But with this, look at this. You can track the whole thing of it in one spot.
Right.
So let's say your alarm is counting down like time till end of level, like until we go to the next screen or whatever. Time till end of level, level timer. Instead of calling it timer, we could call it level timer.
Yeah.
And now we know that, okay, all our code for our level timer is in one spot. So we could say on update, if time minus duration is less than 10, start playing the like, start making the music go faster, right?
Yeah.
We could say on update, if we're past a certain point in the level timer, we do the fast Mario music where it starts speeding up. And then we say on done, if Mario hasn't beaten the level, then we kill Mario. Mario dies because the time ran out. And what's nice is it's all in one. The whole flow for your alarm for this is all in one spot.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
and
super
it's all
nice.
in one place. So if something breaks, you just come and look in there, and it's all there. And then you just have to make sure it's being updated somewhere. But you at least know that you're updating level.timer.
Right.
That sort of thing.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of power in this.
Initially restructuring my thinking is the barrier to entry or whatever, but once I wrap my head around this, it's so nice.
Yeah, so literally the thing for me, I can give you one last example, and if it's maybe I can, I'll show you. Maybe next time you're on stream, I can show you how I like to go about doing this, and you can watch the tutorials maybe in the meantime. But what I like to do with these systems, the first system that made this really click with me was when I saw in the video he had the resources that I showed you, that HP resource thing.
Yeah.
But he didn't actually have the code for it on the stream. He had it all collapsed. So all I saw was like resource.deplete, resource.restore, resource.onEmpty. And I'm like, I immediately understood how he did it. And what I just did is I reverse engineered it. I'm like, okay, well, I need a deplete function. How would I make a HP or a resource.deplete function? I've coded this a million times. I need to code it just one more time. So what I like to do with these systems is I actually start pretending to use it. So if you go back to my example of that alarm, when I was making this, I was like, how do I want this to work? I actually typed, new alarm.onUpdate, even though I didn't have an onUpdate function.
Yeah.
I started typing onDone and .start. I pretended to use how I would want this function to work.
Yeah.
And then I reverse engineered it and coded it how to take that data, how I would expect it to work, and just filled in the values. And it's like really easy to make systems this way. Because you just be like, what should this look like in the end? How do I want to use it now to make it work like that?
Right.
And it makes a complex system a lot more easier to manage,
Yeah.
which is really cool.
Yeah.
Anyways, I feel like I've exploded enough of your brain today. I sent the tutorial video over on YouTube. Like I said, life changer for me. I sent it to Clofi recently, and I just every time I see her on stream, she's like she's using the system now, like completely converted.
Nice.
The one caveat I'll say about this is this isn't like a real tutorial that's like, here, type this code and do this. It's more like a knowledge share.
Yeah.
But one thing I'll mention is it is one person's opinion on how to code. He makes some choices that not everybody agrees with. It's not that they're bad choices. It's just they're choices being made, right?
Yeah, personal
Like,
preference.
You can have two master engineers and they can code things completely differently. So he might do something one way and you're like, I don't like how he's writing that. You can kind of like make your own decisions. But I sort of just followed along exactly and kind of aped his system entirely, and then changed it eventually once I understood how and why he did the things he did.
Yeah. Cool.
But just wanted to mention that as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, I will hop off, and yeah, feel free to shout out. Just send me a message if you have any questions. I'm going to be kind of around the house a little bit, but I'll be lurking.
Awesome. All right. Thanks, man.
Okay, no problem. Good luck, and catch you later.
Take it easy. Okay, so yeah, tons of good stuff. I mean, yeah, I could totally refactor a lot of things. I mean, you know, I've been thinking about this inventory update for a really long time. And I sort of knew, like, vaguely how it should work or how I'd want to do that, but I didn't really have the tools. But now that I sort of have a loose understanding of structs and everything, like, it's starting to come together. I'm starting to see how I can do some of this stuff. Yeah. So there's some new stuff that could go in that could be really nice. And then there's definitely some refactoring that could be done because, of course, I've got health, I've got mana, I've got hunger and thirst, and that's pretty much it, isn't it? So yeah, sort of making those into like resources that can be handled, kind of like these universal things, resources, would be pretty sweet. I'm still not totally clear on all that, but you know, once I sit down with it, spend a bit of time on it, I'm sure I can figure things out, and it'll be a hell of a lot better than the way I'm doing it right now. It just seems like once you've got it set up, everything's kind of streamlined then, and way easier to manage, which is really nice. But what I'm trying to do right now is, can I delete this freaking thing? Yeah, I think I can. I don't want to create it. So yeah, it's just really interesting. Structs are like objects light, you know, just being able to think of it like that and how I can use the accessors in the same way makes it easy to understand. So, well, I mean, the question is like, will this just freak out because I haven't created test reward? Will it be like, oh, this is some undefined thing? I'm not sure. I would kind of guess so. But apparently this will, so I probably do want to create it. But it didn't seem to create it twice, right? Because we've run this a few times. And there's still only one test reward on Twitch. So, I don't know, I'll try. I have a feeling this probably won't work. But I'll try this. It's probably just going to say, you know, test reward is not a thing. Yeah, exactly. Gotta be a thing. And then hopefully this just, it's weird that we're creating it locally. It already exists on Twitch, I guess, but oh, parameter was not, the custom reward specified in the ID query parameter was not found. Weird. Is that because we perhaps hadn't finished connecting because of the asynchronous nature of this stuff? Definitely, I still see the reward there on Twitch. If creating the reward is asynchronous as well, it's possible that I tried to destroy it before it had even been created. Although I don't think that's asynchronous, so I'm not sure. Just to go back and look at this script again real quick. Wait a minute, I already have one of those? Oh yeah, for demo, of course. Put it on X. Succeeded. Wait, what? I wasn't expecting to get that message. So has it... Oh my god, look at that. We've deleted the reward from Twitch. That's so cool. Mainly just because I don't have to use Twitch to do it. Okay. Alright, we got there in the end. So I guess it was just because of the asynchronous nature of the beast. But we seem to be good now. So it's gone now, and I'm going to keep this around because it's a useful example to have, right? And then probably just don't even need to worry about these right now, do I? But I can get rid of the whole thing, I guess, actually. This is weird. I've never really written a function or anything with just like a bunch of commas with nothing there. So scopes, I'm now inheriting all of the scopes. Was that... No, that wasn't the issue in the end, wasn't it? So I don't need all of the scopes. What in God's name has Grog created here? It's a array concat, which I've never even heard of before, like yesterday. You can concatenate. What? You can concatenate two or more arrays into a concatenate. I didn't even know that was a word. Okay. So it consolidates, is what I would say. It consolidates arrays. Concatenate. Okay. But yeah, all I really need is scopes chat, I guess. So I'll keep this one around, I suppose, but I'm gonna want to do like scopes equals, I guess, just gmttv dot scopes chat. Oh, gmttv underscore scopes dot scopes chat. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, it kind of gives me, I don't think hope is the right word for the future, but like, it'll be interesting, you know, how my code is going to look and everything 3 years down the line once I've integrated all this new information. Like, the next game is going to be written so radically differently from this, and much of this may even be refactored by the time it's released as well. it's going to be a little bit painful in the beginning to sort of wrap my head around some of this stuff, but in the end, everything's going to be a lot easier. But yeah, really cool, and really appreciate Grog being so generous with his time and helping me out. It's just a blessing. Gonna remove all these frickin' spaces because who's got room for random line breaks? Everything gets a lot less readable, but it's what I'm used to anyway, so cow equals 0, yeah. So I guess I'm gonna start fucking around with this just like in here, and yeah, we'll figure it out. This, so okay, yeah. So we don't even need this now because we're not like subscribing for channel point events or whatever, and then we don't even need to really handle channel point events now because we're not subscribed to them. But every time we want to subscribe to some new sort of event type, we got to subscribe to it here and then potentially add handling for it here. Though this is, yeah, no event sub callback. I guess everything goes in here. Not 100% on that. But those are like the two places that I'll update each time, right? The session welcome thing is interesting. I'm guessing I'm gonna want to use like the message post to chat. So if you have streamer mode enabled or whatever, and then you start a new game, then at the beginning of the new game we can have it send a message to chat that says like, use command join to claim a villager. Claim, sure. There's probably a better word for it than claim, but yeah, we'll figure it out. Yeah, and so there's something else with listeners, which is another extension that I don't have. So I think I'm gonna try without listeners to start with, and just sort of try and figure things out on my own, and then possibly use listeners later. Maybe I'll get to a point where I see that my implementation is just like, oh, it would be just so much better if I used listeners. But it's kind of helpful for me to go through that process and like see something for myself, rather than just like, oh, let me just take the practices from on high that are handed down from on high of people who've been through the gauntlet and already arrived at the ultimate conclusion or whatever. But it can actually be beneficial to go through the evolutionary process or the learning process, because then you know all of the reasons as to why you're doing things in a certain way. You're like, oh, I'm doing it this way because it's so much better than how I used to do things. And it's almost like it's like in speedrunning. I guess I used to do a lot of speedrunning, so it's an easy comparison for me to make. It's like if you haven't beaten the game normally, you don't actually know what you're skipping. Like, you're doing some strat and you're like, well, I don't even know how much time I'm saving or what I'm skipping, It's like the same kind of thing as knowing the reasons behind the method that you're using or something, right? I don't know. That's always been quite important to me. I've always put myself through the gauntlet, really, because of all of the personal development that you can get out of that, whereas a lot of other people just are AI brain rotted or whatever, because they've never actually gone through any of that. They just have AI churn out code for them or something, whereas I think it can actually be useful in terms of like developing your character or something, to like go through the whole gauntlet. Okay. So what am I doing? What are we doing? So we need to start looking into why is my arm hurting? I don't know. We need to start looking into chat parsing chat messages, because that's how we extract like commands from chat messages. So yeah. Twitch parse message. So it's a function, and we have the messages stored in here: data, payload, event, message, text. So let me try and figure out what parsing does and what this outputs, and return parsed message. So it has a return. If I remember rightly, return is something like where I basically just stick the function in where I want it to be, the data that it returns, and it just returns it to there. It's almost like the function itself gets replaced by what is returned by it, if that makes sense, right? I've not used return a lot, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works. So probably an easy way to do this to start with would just be to maybe just print what it returns to the console. Just print the parsed message to the console, and then I can see what it looks like. Or maybe I can kind of decipher what it looks like by reading some of this. Or maybe even the comments will just tell me what I need to know. So it's a JSON object with the messages component parts. Tags, source, nick and host, command, parameters. Expects the caller to pass a single message. Remember, the Twitch IRC server may send one or more IRC messages in a single message. That's the bit that worries me, because it's like I need a middle step that makes sure that it's only ever a single message or something. I'm not sure how important that is. But I mean, they are mentioning it, so I guess it could be important. So we put the message into this function, and get tags to ignore, pass the tags component. So tags, what are tags? Pass list of tags. Key is the tag's name, e.g. color. Oh, color? Is that like the color of the username in chat? I'm not sure. Maybe. The tags are in an array. That makes sense, right? I've used JSON stuff for the save load system. And it's all arrays that get stringified or something. Badges, info. Okay, tags can be badges. Emotes. Oh, emotes also classify as tags. So this handles a lot of stuff. Right. Pass the command. This is the bit that we're interested in, really. The commands. At func pass command. Wait. So. Oh, right. So. How would I use that? Because so this whole thing is a struct with a pass command function inside of it. So is it a struct? I have no idea. It's I think it's a function. Constructor. It would say constructor if it was a struct. So no, this one's just a regular function. So where am I? And that encapsulates the whole thing though. So it is a function within a function. Raw command component. What is that? Raw command component. No idea. Oh, raw command. Pass command. Okay. No, I don't know what any of. So, oh, that's like you want to pass that in, and then it gets passed into there. Command part string split. Join part notice clear chat host target private message. So are these like the default commands? I guess. Ping cap user state reconnect. Return past command. I'm just wondering what. So you could do. I'm guessing you could do multiple different things in a single message. Like you could put a command and a bunch of emotes, and it would. It's like it breaks it down and extracts each one of those components. So you could run a command. You could also somehow use the emotes for something, or get the avatar of the person who typed the command, or send the message. I guess. Did I just say I guess? Doing a lot of guessing. Nick and host. Parse source. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, this looks more like it, right? Parse parameters? Wait. Passing the IRC parameters component if it contains a underscore command, e.g. exclamation mark dice. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Raw source component. Okay, yeah. The exclamation mark is there. So, what is this thing? Is this the part that's looking out for like the exclamation mark type commands? There might be something about this Twitch pass message in the documentation, right? Oh no, I don't think there was. I remember looking yesterday. right. So again, I think kind of like a struct, I can say past message dot command to get the command from a message. Which I guess means the command could be anywhere in the message. You could like type a bunch of stuff and then put a command at the end of your message, and it would still just be able to like extract or identify that command from within that message wherever it showed up. So return past message. So yeah, I'm going to be doing something like past message dot if past message dot command equals exclamation mark join, do a bunch of stuff, I guess. But also we still need to then extract like the username would be the first port of call, I think. Get the username of the person who just joined, and then that name then gets associated to one of the villagers. So what I do, like var past message equals Twitch past message, and then pass in that. And now the past version is stored in here, and then maybe I would put that into there. Is that how you spell past? I guess. Is that how I would do that? I don't know. I'm going to try it. I didn't get anything there. Okay, what am I doing wrong? We can get rid of that now. We don't need that either. Wouldn't surprise me if I like totally forgot and no, we're fine. I didn't recreate that reward. Okay, so yeah. Authorization is all I need to do. Once I'm authorized, then we automatically subscribe to chat, and then yeah, I'm just obviously I'm not understanding this. Maybe I need like past message dot, you know, something. I assumed if I just put past message I would get the whole thing, but maybe not. I'm just going to check how return works. I think I'm right, but yeah. Pretty sure it's right. Oh, show message async. Oh. Okay. I think maybe just for my own sanity, I'll put I'll put these back. It's nice to have a little confirmation when I'm actually connected. Oh shit! No. Yeah, I didn't connect. Right. That's yeah. So the dyslexia is kicking in hard. Oh, I actually spelled successful right. Nice. Authentication successful. Authentication failed. Okay, yeah, it helps if you actually connect. Right, okay, we might get a bit of a different result this time then. Let's see. Okay, you? Anything? Didn't get a message. Wait, what? That's a little bit concerning. It was working moments ago. Oh, because I don't have those written in there anymore. Okay, it's just not doing this. Ah. Yeah, I really screwed myself, didn't I? State callback success. Callback failed. Okay. Well, I said you're gonna have to bear with me whilst I figure this out. I'm gonna do a lot of stupid stuff. That's pretty much run of the mill for me. Authentication successful. Missing proper authorization. We're back to this. Now, oh fuck. Let's give it all of the scopes back. Authentication successful. Succeeded. Cool. Okay, I'm gonna type a message in chat. Undefined. Okay, well we got something. That's good. Undefined is what we got. So yeah, what if we did like past kind can I do past message dot command or whatever it was? Is it just going to recognize anything that I put in with an exclamation mark in front of it as if it were a command? Oh geez, I'm not supposed to do that. Authentication successful. Oh yeah. Test. Okay, that gives me an error. Interesting. Object.command cannot be resolved. Okay, it doesn't like that. Okay, I'm definitely not doing this right. Twitch pass message. JSON object. Oh, is it because it's a JSON object and I haven't like converted it into a string or something? Oh, that's possible. This is like a JSON file or something. It's not a string. JSON object. This link doesn't actually lead to anything. Would be nice. I mean, you got to wonder why. Like, this isn't really necessary. We have all the information needed there. I don't think I need to pass. I just thought, like, I'm probably supposed to, but maybe I'm not. The message.text, payload event message.text. How do I find out everything else that it contains? Well, we did that through the debugger with the watch thing before. Could do that again, but there's got to be another way, right? Like probably looking at this function. No? I don't know how else to do it, so I'm just gonna look at it with the debugger, I guess. Where's chat gone? Okay. So a little simple thing that I can do here, I guess, would be like I don't seem to be able to edit the code while I'm running the game. Well, maybe if I go here I can. God damn it, I forgot it already. Chatter user name. Maybe I should make it a string. Okay, it says chatter user name is not a thing. Really? Is it because it's not supposed to be in the message component? Maybe it was just in the event. Should probably look again. Oh, there we go, that works. So now it has my username followed by my message. Pretty nice. Okay, we're getting somewhere. That's a step in the right direction, isn't it? Yeah, I'm gonna want to use the watch again. I want to see if there is actually like a thing that's already looking out for commands, or if basically I just want to be looking for a message match sort of thing. message type text. I'm guessing it would still be message type text even if I used a command. Badges, message, text, fragments, emotes, text, mention, type. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to set up a bit of additional stuff. I think that was pretty obvious. But I can't work with the pre-existing things. Color. Okay, well this is a good start. Okay. I think, well, I don't have to set up the menus and everything first. Okay, that's interesting. So it's kind of like, you know, if Twitch mode is enabled, we need to do sort of a bunch of additional stuff. I don't know how it's going to work with saving and loading. Yeah. We'll figure it out, I guess. So I'm probably looking at my spawn system. Spawn humans. Yes, let's add global population. Spawned humans. Okay, we create that list in here. Probably a wise place to do this sort of same one. I guess claim is the best. I don't think of anything better. So, what, unclaimed humans? Okay, so we put them all on a list. We're going to just get the very basic functionality implemented first. Right, and then we'll need some kind of a display so we actually know what's going on. I guess these guys are going to need a new like variable, like a chatter variable. I should have a new section here, like a Twitch section. Jeez, okay. I'll put it, feels like it should be around here somewhere, I guess. You know, one thing I'll do whilst I'm here is re-enable the thing that displays which gift they've been granted. That was something that D-Boy was looking for. The color coding, because unless you've memorized the colors, you don't know what's what. Oh, don't tell me. I probably deleted it, didn't I? God damn it. Okay. What is this? We'll be able to. I think we'll be able to set up the colors to. Can you actually just put a hex code in draw set color? I thought it was only these like C underscore colors that you could use. That'd be really nice if you just put a hex code in there, because then we can just take it straight from the username. Plus, I would like to be able to use different colors elsewhere. Anyway. I think I probably just want to get rid of this for now. And then regardless of whether show bars is true, we want to show this one. Which means it's going to need to fit in with the rest of these. Thankfully that's easy to do because of how I have this set up. Oh my god. I'm going to split this into two if statements. Hey man, oh, it's going pretty good, I think. I'm just setting stuff up so that we can, um, like assign humans to chatters. They're all on a list of unclaimed. Now I feel like it should be called unassigned. They're all going to be on a list called unassigned humans. Assigned. Wait, didn't I use that term for something else? Assigned. Yeah. Let's not use that. Let's stick with claimed. Okay, and then we're gonna. So I was looking into parsing, and I think it's just not necessary. I think that's only really necessary if you want all of that stuff parsed into like a JSON object, which I don't need. So I guess I'm doing it how you're doing it, which is just simply looking for a match. Like, does this chat message say !join? If so, we'll do this. Yeah, I just had to go through it and see for myself. Always the best way, I think. So I had I did a little thing where I like put the username in front of the message, was just like a little, as I was working stuff out. Oh, you got some backup on that. Yeah, some reassurance. Yeah, I like to see for myself anyway, because then like you understand why you're doing things a certain way, you know, instead of just like copying, right? So I think I would just simply do something like if the message some of you are not getting the fucking message. If the message is equal to exclamation mark, I think join is a good. Everybody knows that. Everybody's familiar with join, right? So I'm guessing I can just, I think it already is a string, so I don't need to worry about string. And then we would just pick ds list find value global dot unclaimed humans 0. Just go from the top of the list. Yeah, I use a lot of lists. I didn't even know what arrays were when I started out, really. Unclaimed humans 0, and then I suppose dot chatter equals, and then we get this, the username of the chatter who sent this message, and assign it to that. This one is possibly a string also, I don't know. Yeah, I've already mostly moved over to arrays now. It's just a lot of stuff is still on lists. That I heard somewhere along the line like you should only use lists when the order is important or something. That's kind of what lists were intended for, when there's like a specific order that they should be on the list in. Something like that, I don't know. But I've had all kinds of lists have been a bit of a nightmare to work with in some cases, even though that's the thing that they're supposed to be best at, is like getting things in a certain order. Wasn't easy. Oh, really? So they're pretty much obsolete now. Interesting. I'm stringifying it, if that's the term. That's not the term, is it? I'm converting it to a string. I'll do it with this one as well. I don't know, just to be safe. So we're going to set that, and then we're going to do a ds list delete. And then ds list find, what is it? ds list delete. How does the ds list delete work again? The ID of the list, and then, oh no, I don't need to do that. I can just do ds list delete global dot unclaimed humans 0. Collision list. Oh, right. Makes sense. Yeah. Okay. So obviously we've got to deal with like leaving again, or if that person leaves chat, for example, then we would need to, God knows how we do that, but I'm sure there's a way to tell if somebody's left chat. Oh yeah, I've used array pop. And because we need the humans to become unclaimed again if somebody leaves. But I just want to get the basics going first, and then we'll worry about that. Also, how is this going to work with save loading? There's probably going to need to be some checks, like when you load back to a previous save, whether the person is still in chat or not. Or maybe we can do like 2 birds with 1 stone, where we can write something universal that just handles it. Probably can get away with that. But I suppose we would want to. Oh, I don't know, actually. Yeah, we kind of would need to be saving the chatter as well. But for now, we're just trying to get the basics. So we're going to assign the username of the chatter to the chatter variable of the unclaimed human, and then remove them from the list because they've now been claimed, and we draw that username above their head now. I'm assuming this works. It all hinges upon this actually working. I mean, yeah, it just has to equal that, so I guess it'll be fine. Okay. Interesting. But we do need to make sure that, like, this list is not empty, I suppose, would be a good check. Yeah. Okay, I'll also be right back, 2 seconds. Okay, like we could make it so the chat messages pop up above their heads in little speech bubbles eventually, or something crazy like that. Would be cool. But yeah, of course, we don't want you to be able to do this if this list is empty. So and that's a good way of making sure that you can't do it before the start of the game as well, which is nice. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, ultimately I probably want to offload this stuff into a script or something instead of doing it all here, but hey, we're just trying to get it working. Oh shit. It works. It's in a bit of a weird place for some reason. There you go. You're in. Okay, we just gotta fix this up a bit. Yeah, it's amazing how quickly it comes together once you get over those first few hurdles, right? Which I really can't claim to have done on my own. Honestly, I don't think I would have ever figured it out if you hadn't shown me what to do. Yeah. I think the documentation is just kind of bad. Although I should have probably put together that the event subs should have been in that thing that was called like put your event subs here. Didn't quite figure that one out. Oh man, I can imagine. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for your service. Oh my god, yeah. What a nightmare. Well, you can help a lot of people out now. Hey, and I can probably help if anyone needs to know, like, hey, don't use OAuth. Okay, why is it kind of weird looking? That's what I want to know. Because of the bars, right? This should be after the bars. Well, that makes it extra confusing, doesn't it? Oh my god. Oh, well, I can probably just add this and then subtract it again or something. What? No. How do we do this? These have nothing to do with line space. Okay. So shouldn't this just be appearing above the bars, just like the age does? Oh, this is a nightmare. Okay, so we've got to do like separate handling for if show bars is on or off, basically. It's fine. Chatter's not equal noon. And so if show bars is true, maybe it should go all the way to the top of the list. Probably, right? Put it at the very end. Okay, it's going to be slightly better than what we had. And it will adapt when I toggle the stats or whatever. I'll make a really quick save at the very beginning so we don't have to go through loading every time. Don't know why that one's so high up. There we go. It moves to the top of the list, which is nice. Yeah. All right, so start. And why is it so high up like that? Just, I don't know. Let's figure it out. Hmm. Wait, what? Put it in there, I guess. And then do a separate one for this. Don't know what it would be. Try 64. Wait a minute, is it not working now? What have I done? Oh, they probably never got added to the list because they only get added to the list at the start of a new game, not when you load a save. Oh shit. Right. For now, I'll just add them all back to the list when you load a save, I suppose. Global Twitch is true. Probably going to be in load code. Right, so for now, if you load a save, everybody just becomes unclaimed again. Oh, it's not going to be spawned human.id, is it? Simplest implementation first, I always say. Is it still not working? Okay, I must be overlooking something. You know, I don't know if that global variable, Twitch equals true, ever gets set. Wait, no. What it is, I don't think I authenticated or connected. Right, I have to authenticate to connect. Oh boy. I think maybe I just forgot to do that. Yeah, because I just hit load game straight away without thinking. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to get the new menus set up eventually. Okay. No? What's going on here? Let's try a new game. I would think just putting them back on that list after loading would be enough. Oh, and the list wasn't cleared. Is it possible the... Hey, Busy. Is it possible the list doesn't even exist anymore? Yeah? Maybe? No, I would have thought the list would have still been created. No, I don't want to quit. Oh, I've just completely broken it. It doesn't work at all anymore. What have I done? Oh my god. Guess I'll just revert back to how it was when it was last working. Seriously, what the hell have I done? So there's nothing to do with this stuff. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna probably want the connect thing somewhere else. But you can only connect once you've authorized. But you can authorize from cache, or you can yeah, you can authorize from cache. So I'm gonna have to figure out how to automate that, I suppose, and to connect at the right time and everything. Oh, there we go. Oh, that looks good. What did I do? What did I change? I think I just started a new game instead of loading a save, right? It doesn't like it when I load a save. This is actually looking pretty good. Oh yeah, and what I did before was like I loaded a save, then I went back to the main menu, then I started a new game, and it was still broken, I think. So if you load a save, that's pretty much game over, I think. It's game over, man. Okay, that's pretty cool though. You know what would be a nice touch is if we took the color and applied it to that name. How do we do that? I think I'm gonna need to use the debugger again. Oh, I can probably look at this in the documentation. Oh, maybe not. I don't know. That triggered it. Okay. Oh, it's giving me an error though. Let's still look at this though. Payload event. Color. It's literally just called color. That would have been, yep. Could have probably guessed that. So, and that's an event. So, yeah, chat call equals color, American spelling. So I don't know if you can actually do this, or if you can only use these, you know, these predefined colors, which is what I thought. But maybe you can just put a hex code in there like that. I guess we're gonna find out. Would be really nice if it just worked, wouldn't it? Gotta start a new game every time because I don't know. I don't know why loading doesn't work yet. I'll have to figure it out. Oh no, it doesn't like that. Well, it says expecting a number. Maybe I just have to put that variable in a string. Maybe you can do that. No, it doesn't like it. Dang it. So I guess you can't put hex codes in there. Oh, okay. Is this what it actually got? YYGI32? I'm just wondering if it's like just missing the hash in front of it or something. Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. Didn't set this list yet. Okay, so unclaimed humans list needs to be defined like in this create event or something. Okay, so yeah, that's just it says hash DAA520. So it's not that it was missing the hash or anything. I think this this function just literally cannot accept a hex code, which is a shame. Not sure how we would go about it. Maybe with another extension that allows me to do like better text, then I can do it. But for now, I guess we can't do that. Okay. All right, well, let's get it to where you guys can select gifts. That's the most important thing, isn't it? Yeah. We should probably put them onto a claimed humans list as well. I don't know. What's the most efficient way of like interacting with the human that you have claimed? It's ideally I don't want to have to check all of the humans, right? It's almost like we want to store the username of the chatter and associate it with the ID of the instance. So yeah, I could do an array for that, I suppose. I'm really bad at two-dimensional arrays, though. I've used them, but mainly by copying examples. How do I write a two-dimensional array? Multi-dimensional array. Why is it so confusing? So I guess we'll have an array of chatters. No. How am I gonna do this though? Maybe I just do it a really inefficient way to begin with, just to get something working, and then I can go from there. It's like, it's not something we want to do every time somebody's messaging in chat, though, is it? It's something we only want to do. Well, it's not so bad. I mean, yeah, we're only going to really perform the checks when someone actually puts in a command, so it's It's not too bad, right? I think this is obviously inefficient. We should switch those around because there's no need to be checking that list every time somebody sends a message in chat. It's only if they send this specific message in chat. And then we do like okay. Can I still use this? Would it become other dot data blah 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 if I'm using a with? Or is this kind of like global? I don't really know. I guess other dot data. It's in a temporary variable, so that kind of has to be local, doesn't it? It's gonna be a really funny way of playing the game, actually. Like, you could be being chased by wolves, and then you decide to, like, oh, I'm gonna switch to a guard and turn around and fight them. I wonder if they should be allowed to change their gift whilst they're held by the player. I don't see why not. It's a bit weird, but I think it's just these three states mainly. I'm probably missing something, but okay. Maybe drowning. Maybe you shouldn't be able to change your gift when you're drowning, because it might fuck stuff up. What about on fire? Can you change it when you're on fire? I don't see why not. Okay. And then I probably will just lift the code from here or something. There's quite a bit of stuff we actually have to do, isn't there? Oh, thanks. Take a fat dump on my window, why don't you? We're gonna do all this, update the various lists and things. Do the sound effect, make the particles, blah, 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 blah. Cool. Okay, and then back here. Yeah, this immediately is becoming just, we need to do something about this. There's too much code in here now. But I guess we can do a test with that. It's mainly hinging upon whether this works. I'm not sure if it does. Oh yeah, what? I don't need this. Okay. Let's give it a go. I have to start a new game still because loading breaks it. Oof. That's nasty, dude. Okay. Okay, that crashes the game. We've successfully crashed the game. Yeah, no. Object menu dot. Okay, right. I guess because it's a temporary variable, it's freaking out when I do other dot data dot payload. Oh no. So do you think if it just wasn't a temporary variable and it was like a local variable, then it would work? Don't really want to fuck with it if I don't have to, but maybe I have to do that. Or I can just, okay, maybe I can do something like, we can. Maybe that works. We're gonna have to get something to eat soon. Barely eaten today. It's not good. I'm slipping back into my old ways. Yeah, you can already claim them by typing command join. And soon you'll be able to change your gift. Oh, has it stopped working now? Great. Great. Why is it not? Oh, I forgot to authenticate. Sorry, my bad. We're gonna have to go through the whole loading procedure again. Oh, it's too much stuff to remember. Okay. I'll get it all set up properly eventually. I should just make it happen automatically whilst I'm working on this stuff. I should really get something to eat, dude. Don't know what. I've got like some veggies and some hummus. And some chocolate. Yes, my favorite. Oh, okay, now we're crashing the game. Great. What? What? Chat. Why is it not like this now? Line 101. Something to do with this now. Just basically saying the instance on this list didn't exist. Why? Why? It was working but a moment ago. What's going on here? Oh. All I did was create this list here instead of where I was creating it before, which was in the controller object. It's a global list anyway. Hmm. Okay, now it's working. That was an odd one. But now I've commented out the other code, so we can't use the command. So does it mean that somehow this code is causing it? That doesn't make any sense. So if if text carpenter user equals username. Do the thing. We should be fine. Should be fine with that. Okay, I'm joined. Carpenter. Oh, dude, that's crazy. Okay, you can join and you can become carpenters now. So we just got to set it up for all the other gifts. So there's 10 of them in total. And then you can claim a human and you can choose a gift, and I'll make it so that when you claim a human, the player can't change the gift. So it's like it's just your choice. And so chat will be able to like sort of manage the tribe by choosing what they want to be. They're going to have to coordinate themselves a bit and get their shit together, you know, so they can survive. Oh, that's cool. That is cool. All right, yeah, I'm gonna take a break, get something to eat. Thanks for watching. I'll be back in just a little bit. Peace out. Okay, welcome to part 2 of adding Twitch integration to my game. I need to put this in a script because there's too much code in here now. We need some scripts. Yeah. How are we going to do this? Okay. I guess just one script for all the commands because, and we can call it the command script or something. Script sc command. And inside of the command script, it's going to need ID, I think, with ID. Why is it not yellow? Is that supposed to be yellow? Look at one of my other, oh, I use controller, okay. Controller. Okay, join. Okay, and then we just got to do all of these. Yep. Okay. In alphabetical order. Are they in alphabetical order over here? Doesn't look like it. Carpenter. Carpenter. Oh, wait. I think these are in alphabetical order. Oh, yeah, so burrito would be first. Of course. So we just, I'm gonna reformat this real quick because it's a mess. And I'm gonna be duplicating it, so might as well get it formatted correctly first. Ooh, nothing's gonna bring him back. Ooh, nothing's gonna bring him back. Okay, are we good now? Alright, let's add some comments. That would be smart. Join. Wait, why is... Wait, what's going on? I'm confused. No. Wait. There we go. That's what it was, right? So I'm just going to grab all the code from over here. I'm going to sneeze. Maybe not. Where is it? This one, isn't it? Yeah, I'm so used to working in these tiny windows now that I don't think I can switch, but sometimes wish I had a bit more space. Oh my god, right. Yeah, I forgot. What was I thinking? I reformatted that one only to find... We might as well... Is it even worth doing it? Kind of want to put some music on, but it's going to get the VODs muted, isn't it? Oh, I never thought about that. I could make it so you can pick your gender as well. That'd be nice. Hey, Irony, how's it going? What's this? I am just adding Twitch integration to my GodSim game. At the moment, I'm just reformatting some code. Well, I'm going to be duplicating this code, so I might as well reformat it before I duplicate this horribly formatted code all over the place. Format button? I don't know. Don't think so. That would be pretty handy, though. Not gonna bring him back. I don't think GameMaker has that. Plus, what if it formatted it in a different way from how I want it to be formatted? I suppose at least if it could get me close, then I could do the rest. Save some time. You know, we've come a long way since back when I was like, oh, I've got all the space in the world. Let me put a bunch of redundant spaces everywhere and use tons of extra lines for my brackets and things. Yeah, I quickly learned. Actually, I wouldn't say quickly. I've slowly learned why you don't want to do that. Yeah, you know, I couldn't really see it before, but honestly, I could see this game doing pretty well. You know, certainly well enough to perhaps support myself, which is really what I want. That's what I'm aiming for. As long as I can just survive until I can release this damn thing. I might actually be okay. Still a long ways to go, though. The the long-term goal right now is to get the demo done, and then I can launch the Steam page and release the demo and start accruing wish lists. And want to get to about 2,000 wish lists and then enter Next Fest with the demo. Hopefully get up to about 7,000 wish lists off of the back of Next Fest and maybe some other festivals. And then that should give me the trajectory to break out of the wish list hell, or whatever you call it. The cesspool of shovelware and all that shit. And then from there, if we can accrue wish lists for like another year, maybe we can actually have a successful launch. That's sort of the long-term plan, loosely. But there's still a lot more to be done in the short term. Just getting everything done for the demo is going to be a lot. Especially now that I'm doing the artwork myself as well. I might try hiring Metronic back on the project to do the sound effects. Don't know what the plan is with the music right now. But if you want to support the project, you can become a Ko-fi member. And you'll get early access to development builds. And it would really help me out. So I believe the latest info shows that you want to use a separate Steam page for your demo. There was a little bit of confusion there for a while, but I believe it is understood now that you want to use a separate Steam page for your demo. I'm not exactly sure why, but that's from Chris from howtomarketagame.com, and I definitely trust that guy. So even though he may not have explained why, I am going to have a separate Steam page for my demo. Drummer. I think Drummer might be the last one, because the Drummer was the last gift that I added to the game. Yeah, looks like it. Okay, my feet are really hurting. Okay, I think we made it. Okay. Back to the top, or no, not the top. Back to the breeder code. Wherever that is. It looks completely different now, so I can't recognize any of this. Great. Gotta recalibrate my brain. There it is. Okay, back to our script. Here it is. There we go. And don't forget to drink water. Okay. Whew. All right. So this basically just does all of those necessary things when you select breeder. And next up, breeder, carpenter, drummer, I guess. A, B, C, D. Yep. It's the last one on the list, isn't it? I apologize. I think I'm losing my voice a bit, so I'm sorry if I sound a bit rough. Just gonna double check that. Yeah. I would have loved to have had the sprites done before this, but unfortunately it's going to take me a while to finish the sprites. I don't think I'm really going to push another build until they're done, basically. And what I might do at that point is release another devlog. I say release it, I've got to film it and edit it first, of course. But considering it's been probably like 2 years or something since the last one, and there's been so much development in that time, I think another devlog in a slightly different style from the first one, because my plan was like a devlog that focuses on one feature each time, each episode or whatever, but there's absolutely no way that I'm doing that. I mean, it's hard enough to both develop a game and produce videos about it at the same time. It's almost impossible. Well, I suppose it depends on the scale of the project, but with this project, I basically don't have time for anything except developing the game. Okay, drummer A, B, C, D. Fisher and Forager would be next. Fisher first and then Forager, isn't it? I'll just double check, but I'm pretty sure Fisher then Forager. Nope. Yeah, I'm just, it's... just sucks not having all the sprites, you know, and still having more than half of the humans are just placeholders. And they really stand out now because some of them do have sprites. Makes the placeholders look even worse. The placeholders weren't that bad until I started putting sprites in. I don't know, I think I have a bit of a problem with perfectionism though. Missed one. I'm trying to recover from that, but it's not easy. Okay, yep, that's correct. Okay. And then forager, or forager, as I like to say. Yeah, there we go. Oh, I missed this one as well. What am I doing? Forager, and then it was God, wasn't it? It would be kind of useful to have this stuff in a script or in scripts now or something, because if when it comes to updating the sprites and stuff, I have to do it in multiple locations. And I'm going to be adding lots more sprites. Yeah, being able to pick your gender, I feel like that's a really important one too. So we'll do that. God damn it. Oh no, what have I done? What have I done? Oh geez, let's just go back. Oh my god. Almost did the same thing again, didn't I? Okay, I caught myself this time. There we go. Beautiful. Alright, after guard, what would be after guard? Hunter. Hunter. Yeah, some comments wouldn't go amiss, would they? I'm pretty terrible at commenting. Usually, I think generally the reason I have so few comments is because I'm always like, there's no time. I don't have time to write comments. We're all gonna die. Just this horrible, horrible mindset. Hunter. Hunter. Okay, Hunter. Shaman? Is it Shaman? Yeah, Shaman. Shaman was... yeah, it's here. Yeah, I think... honestly, I think this is going to be huge. Probably one of the coolest or most fun things that I've added to the game. Although it kind of hinges upon everything else, so hard to say that. But it's really nice. I think this is really nice, and it's going to be a great way for streamers to play, and going to be a really fun time. And that's super important. That's what the demo is all about. The demo is mainly so that streamers can play the demo, and then that gets people to wishlist. Most people don't play the demo. You know, it's something like only 10% of wishlisters will actually play your demo, something like that. But the streamers will play your demo, and they get the people to wishlist the game. And the crazy thing is, so it's something like 5% of wish lists convert into sales. That's why you need so many wish lists. You know, ideally you want tens, if not hundreds of thousands of wish lists, because only about 5% of those people will buy the game. But here's another crazy thing. Of those 5% of the people who buy your game, probably like 50 to 60% of them won't even play the game. It will just sit in their Steam library and they'll never actually play it. But as long as you've got their money, that really doesn't matter. Because then you can live to create another one, or, you know, live to fight another day, as they say. Shaman. Shaman. Worshipper next, I think. Worshipper. Nope. Waterbearer. Forgot about that guy. Yeah, Waterbearer, then Worshipper, and then we're done, it looks like. Yeah, this is going to be super cool. Like, honestly, it's the kind of thing where I could, even when I'm not, like, streaming, I could just leave the stream on and chat could just play the game. Basically. Chat could just play the game on their own. I mean, you could take it even further, like, you could make the whole game playable through Twitch chat, but I'm not. That's mainly because it's just too much work. I'm not going to take it that far. But even just with this, I mean, it'll be kind of like mostly playable in a way. Mostly. They mostly come at night. Mostly. Fix that here as well. Boom. Next up, worshippers. Worshippers. Wish I could remember some of the lines of the little, the devil from Black and White. So I could do his lines in that voice. Oh yeah, copy this. I'm gonna find it. You sure? No. Where is it? I think it was further up. There it is. Oh god, don't do that. Alright, so I think we're all set, dudes. And dudettes. This is most excellent. Here we go. Oh, the joys of being a small streamer. I finished the Twitch integration and nobody's here to try it out. So I'm gonna put like, okay, that crashes the game. Interesting. What? String data payload. It's not set before reading it. I'm running it in a with. Oh, is it because it's a freaking temporary variable? Probably, right? So what do we need to do here? They might just need to be local variables instead. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm doing with controller. Oh, this is unfortunate, isn't it? Yeah, so should we just make these into, I think it's just this one we need? Oh, debug message. No, I don't need those debug messages. So, I should probably just pass data in. That would be sensible, wouldn't it? Okay, yeah, that's better. So, underscore data. No, I don't think I want to use underscore, do I? Underscores are for when it's like, I forget what the common practices are with adding underscores in front of variable names. But if I just pass the data in, and then wherever I reference data in here, just replace everything where it's underscore data with data. Right. Should be okay, I think, and then I really hope so anyway. And then when I run the script here, just underscore data into there. Hopefully that's all I need to do. Yeah, because originally I wanted to do like, you know, stream avatars type of thing where everyone could have one of the things, but it's even cooler if you just integrate it straight into the game. Plus it's kind of less work in a way because the game is already the game. I don't have to like make another game just for the stream avatars. So is this gonna work now? Holy shit, it does work. That's amazing. Okay, so I can that's awesome. I just wish we had sprites. That's so cool. Oh, get in here, guys. What? God damn it. Where is everyone? We gotta get like 30 people in chat. Everyone playing this thing. God damn it, dude. Why am I such a small time streamer? That's crazy. Really exciting stuff, though. You can see the potential, the fun that can be had with this. So what I'll do is I should probably test them all. So breeder, carpenter, drummer. Yeah. Oh yeah, they're up there. Fisher. Yeah. Oh, what? Oh, I get like, that's probably the authentication thing refreshing. I get a pop-up every time it does that. Probably need to disable it. Forager. Oh wow, it's super responsive as well. Or is that because it's local? I don't know. No, it's not local because Grog was joining before. Forager, guard. Oh yeah. Hunter, we tried Hunter already, it works. Shaman. Yeah. Okay, they all work. Amazing. So something I'm gonna need to do is like, what if the person who's claimed this human leaves chat? Then we need to unclaim the human. Basically, that's important. Yeah, the whole gender swap thing isn't important until I actually finish all the sprites, because there's no way of actually telling what gender you are until the sprites are done. But I'm really glad that's all working nicely. What did I say I was going to do next? I can't remember what I was going to do. Is the weather going to be nice tomorrow? Well, the sun's going to be out apparently, but it's still going to be fucking cold. Alright. I think I just need to leave this country, to be honest with you. I'm here like, what? When is the warm weather, you know? It's just non-existent. You get like 3 weeks where you can actually go outside out of a whole year. It's not good. I can't remember what I was going to do next. Damn it. Oh yeah, to add the little... So above all of the free humans, I'll just put the exclamation mark join, so that you know, like, these are joinable ones. That's gonna... people are gonna see that and, like, type it in chat, I guess. Okay, so... Gotta split this into 2 if statements. Great. Okay, and then the other one. Oh, this one's kind of easier, isn't it? Super cool. Just wish we had some people to try it out. Yeah, I probably want to figure out the how to get this to work with save loading, so that I don't have to generate a new world every time. Even if I could just get like a basic, just to where it works, not even to where it actually saves and loads whoever is assigned to which human, or rather, which human is assigned to which chatter. That can come later, but if we could at least just get it to work. You know, it's always nice when things work. There we go. Okay, but even the children. But no, you're not going to be able to join the children. Okay, so interesting. Right. Right. Okay, so oh, you gotta be kidding me! I need like another if statement. So many nested if statements here. Right. There we go. So only for the adults, but we got to make sure the children don't get added to that list, because you know, you can't grant gifts to children. So yeah, we don't want chatters to be able to join them. Where is that? How do we do that? Okay, when we spawn the humans, here we go. So currently I just add every human that we create to this list, but we only want to do that with the adults. So basically just put it in this bit instead of here. That's all I need to do, really. Yo, Nemo, what's up, dude? Good to see you. Yeah, it's been a lot, but I've had a lot of help from Grog. He's helped me get this going. Couldn't have done it without him. Glad to hear it. Oh, no. Grog Dev, the streamer. he already has Twitch integration in his game. So yeah. Sort of showed me the ropes, because it was really, really hard to get set up, but once you got it set up, it's like pretty easy going from then on. Oh god, why is there a random line space here? What have I done? That is concerning. I think that's just been there. Okay. Well, that was not the plan originally, but then I just sort of realized how cool it would be. So we're doing it. I mean, it's not going to be like crazy level of integration, but you know, it's going to be enough. Yeah, I did really, what am I doing again? Well, I've done it. It's really it's just gonna be super fun, a really fun way to play. Super fun for chat and super fun for the streamer, I think. It's gonna be awesome. Here we go. Hopefully this is all done correctly now. So the children should not be added to that list, and they should not have the thing above their head. But all of the freely available humans will have command join above their head, and until somebody hits join and gets assigned a random human, and then you can use command and then whichever gift to switch the gift of your human. And that's where we're up to so far. I'll make it so you can switch genders eventually, but I'm getting adult equals true. I think that's not something I do with the humans. That's something I just do with the animals. Although humans are animals, but you know what I mean. I think this just needs to be age greater than or equal to 7, rather than adult equals true. Adult equals true is something I just do with the animals, I think. There we go. And so there's a lot more stuff to do, like being able to leave again. Like, what if the person leaves chat? Then we need the human to become available again. That kind of thing. I mean, that's kind of that's the big one, I suppose. And then I've got to update the menu so that all of this Twitch stuff is like in the menu. So I'm still kind of trying to imagine how that should go. It should probably be like there's like an authorize button and then a toggle like streamer mode or something on or off, and then when it's on, this stuff is all activated. When it's off, the game just plays normally. Well, let's see if I crack the code this time. Yeah, the children don't have that above them, so all of these ones are freely available. So you can put command join in chat. There, I should do some sort of effect so you can tell when somebody's joined a human. There you are, top right. And then I'll do like command breeder. I'm obviously in a particular mood today. And then, yeah, it's still up to the player to do the stuff like place down the constructs and perform the miracles, but chat can essentially be the tribe and, you know, choose whichever gift they want. Where did you go? Oh, there you are. Yeah, I think it's going to be really cool. I'll just do command hunter. I'll do something with a sprite just because it looks cool. Yeah, I think actually the most, well, it's not top priority, is it? But we definitely need some sort of a little particle effect when somebody joins, so it just catches your eye, draws your attention. But yeah, it's gonna, and I'll make it so that the streamer or the player can't reassign your gift when you're in control of a character. Yeah, so they can't override your decision. Where am I? There. So yeah, just really want to get all the sprites done so that, you know, stuff looks cool. Yeah, definitely need that. It wasn't so bad when there wasn't the command join above their head because the text would just appear and that would be quite obvious. But now it's definitely needed. I think I would just repurpose like one of the existing effects. Like just give it a different color, like purple because it's Twitch or something like that. Oh, I keep getting this thing pops up every time the token authenticates. Although Grog's been showing me a bunch of other extensions for GameMaker, and one of them is like for better text, essentially. So I might try that one. Get some nice fonts and text effects and cool stuff like that. It's definitely going to be necessary once I start doing like the tutorial and things, and there's got to be lots of kind of dialogue on screen. It's not really dialogue, but you know what I mean, like and things like tool tips as well. Scribble, maybe that's the one. Forget, do I still have some of the stuff open that he linked me before? It might have been Scribble. Let's see. It was a Juju Adams thing, I think. Yeah, Scribble Deluxe. Yeah. Text renderer. Optimized for dynamic effects and dialogue, so thank God I don't have to make one myself, right? Cool. Yeah. Because I didn't know any of this stuff existed. It's been really useful sort of getting into the GameMaker community on Twitch. Getting so much help and good information from people. Oh. That kind of sucks. Maybe that stuff will just sort of come back though. But, you know, just not through the GameMaker store. Oh. Oh, that's a good question. Is Scribble Deluxe actually free? Is all this stuff free or? Okay, nice. Yeah. Yeah, I think because there's also Bulb, 2D lighting and shadows from the same guy, Juju Adams. But I don't know if it's going to work because of the isometric perspective. I imagine there probably isn't support for isometric lighting. But it's okay, I never planned to have lighting anyway. Okay, yeah, this is going to be really cool. What should I do next? Should I add like a little effect? Probably more important that I handle for like leaving. Like if I was to leave chat now, I need this human to become unassigned again, right? So how do we do that? We sort of need to be periodically checking the list of chatters, and I don't know if they're not there anymore, unassign them. Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Because most likely people won't remember to do command leave or whatever. I just gotta disable this frickin' authentication pop-up. How do I do that? Don't even know where it's coming from, really. And these are all debug messages. Maybe it's actually in the extension. I'm not supposed to show this. No, I can set the token refresh rate there, but there's nothing about messages. Okay, maybe I should ask Grog. What is that thing called again? Token refresh rate. Okay, I'm just gonna grab a drink. I'll be right back. Hey yo, I was just grabbing a drink. Event sub payload switch. What is that? Create event sub. Or receive the chat message. Oh, it's like the succeeded. It's like the one that you get right when you first authorize, and then every time the token refreshes or something. Let me get the exact message. Say succeeded, and then has like a bunch of stuff. I think it probably prints to the console as well, I don't know. Yeah, this one succeeded. where I connect. Yeah. Oh yeah, I guess it would be coming from this, wouldn't it? Because we do this right after I get my authentication successful message. Event sub. So this one? That's this one, yeah. No? Okay. I guess I can probably search for succeeded, because it probably says that in it. Oh, there's literally only one line in Twitch functions, Twitch debug callback, succeeded data. So it's the Twitch debug callback. Twitch. Search for that. Okay. Oh, it appears in the event subscription thing. Although that's success. Okay. Oh, because right, we're actually just telling it to do that on a success or a failure, so it's gonna do that, isn't it? Your callback success. That makes sense. Boom. Awesome. So I won't get spammed anymore, which is nice. It's just, I think, next I either want to handle for people leaving and unassigning the humans again, or possibly try and at least get it partially working with save loading. I mean, even if we don't actually save and load who's assigned to which human to begin with, even to just make it so that you can reassign them after loading a save. That would be good, because then I don't have to go through this process every time I want to test it. But I think also having the ability to leave is pretty important too. But also adding a little effect would be nice as well. Alright, thanks again, dude. Take it easy. Have a good one. Yeah, it's pretty later than I thought, actually. I probably should not do any more tonight. I should probably pick this up again tomorrow. We sort of put the groundwork in today, and in a good place to do some cool stuff with it tomorrow, I guess. All right. Just push this to the repository so we don't lose anything. Sweet. Okay then. Yeah, I'll keep working on this tomorrow, and I think we can do some exciting stuff with it. Definitely given me a bit of motivation back, that's for sure. Although I know at some point I'm going to have to dive back into making sprites, because those really need doing. But we'll get there eventually. Just keep chipping away at it. Okay, I don't think I have enough viewers to raid, unfortunately. So I'm just gonna head off, and I'll catch you in the next one. Peace out.